Story 1. My daughter demanded I pay for her dream wedding, so I cashed out her college fund and sent her the bill. She threw the invitation at my chest like it was a subpoena. Cream cardstock, gold foil lettering, delicate floral embossing. Expensive, too expensive. Here, she said, arms folded like a prosecutor delivering her closing argument, it's non-negotiable. I want the full package. Custom venue, designer dress, live band, plated dinner. You owe me that much. I stared at her in stunned silence, holding the invitation like it might burn through my finger. My daughter, my only child. And somehow she believed I owed her a dream wedding like it was a debt I'd spent 20 years dodging. I've already booked the planner, she added casually. Deposits due next week. You should talk to Mom about splitting it. Talk to her mother, as if we were still a team. As if her mother hadn't walked out when Maddie was 10, chasing some illusion of youth and freedom, leaving me to pick up the pieces. But Maddie didn't see that. She didn't want to see that. She only saw me, the boring, graying man who never dated, who cooked her meals, drove her to rehearsals, paid for her braces, and cried alone in the kitchen the night she got her period and wouldn't tell him what was wrong. I'd done everything a father could do. And now she stood in my living room demanding I fund a six-figure wedding like it was the logical next step. She turned 24 last month. Smart, beautiful, fiercely independent, at least that's how she marketed herself online. The influencer girl boss with a perfectly curated life, fake lashes and passive-aggressive captions about self-love and manifesting abundance. But behind closed doors, she was entitled, spoiled, unforgiving, and I blamed myself for that, not just because I gave her too much, but because I'd given her everything except the truth. Sweetheart, I said carefully, trying to keep my voice even, I thought you were saving up with Dylan for the wedding. That's what you told me last year. Her eyes rolled so hard I could almost hear them click. Yeah, well, that was before I realized Dylan's job barely covers rent, and Mom's still recovering from her surgery, so she can't help either. You're literally the only parent with money, Dad. You have a good job, you live alone. What are you even spending it on? My heart twisted. She had no idea, none, and maybe that was my fault too, but in that moment something in me shifted. It wasn't the money. I had the money, not for a royal wedding, but enough to help. I'd set aside a college fund for her years ago. It sat untouched after she dropped out halfway through her sophomore year, deciding film school was a waste of time and she'd learn more on YouTube. I never touched it, never judged her, told myself she'd find her way eventually. But hearing her now, so cavalier, so transactional, it broke something loose in me, something old, something quiet and angry. I'd spent decades working late shifts, skipping vacations, patching her school shoes instead of buying new ones. I'd whispered to her about compound interest when she was a teen, showed her the statements, taught her how hard saving really was. And now here she stood, treating me like a wallet with legs. I didn't say anything else that night, just nodded and told her I'd think about it. She shrugged, kissed me on the cheek like she was doing me a favor, and left. When the door shut behind her, I stared at that invitation for a long time. It was embossed with two names, Madison Grace Taylor and Dylan R. Mayers. The date was 3 months away. I opened a folder in my filing cabinet and pulled out the college fund documents. The account still had $47,000 in it, more than enough for a down payment on a house, or a master's degree, or to start a business. It wasn't just money, it was possibility, years of sacrifice and delayed gratification. She hadn't even asked about it, she just demanded. The next morning I made the call, I cashed it out. I didn't tell her right away, I waited until the second invoice arrived from the planner. The one she forwarded to me with just a reminder smiling face with smiling eyes in the subject line. She hadn't even called, just assumed I'd pay like always. So I wrote a check, not to the planner, but to the full amount, every penny from her college fund. And in the envelope, along with the check, I placed a printed copy of the withdrawal statement. It was labeled Education Account Madison Taylor. I highlighted the amount, then I added a note. You're right, I am the only parent with money. This is what's left of your college fund. I'm giving it to you now as is. It's no longer an education fund. It's your future, however you choose to spend it. But I won't be paying for your wedding. Love, Dad. She didn't call, not right away. But 2 days later I got a voicemail, her voice shaking, furious. How dare you take my money and act like you're doing me a favor? That fund was for my future not your petty little punishment. I can't believe you'd humiliate me like this. Humiliate her for giving her $47,000. I laughed, a bitter, tired sound that echoed through the empty kitchen. And that's when I realized the wedding wasn't the problem. The problem was something deeper, something that started long before she ever met Dylan, long before she dropped out, maybe even before her mother left. And I was finally ready to confront it. I didn't sleep the night after that voicemail. Not because I was second-guessing myself, I wasn't, but because I couldn't stop replaying her words. This is my money. It struck me harder than it should have, not just because of the entitlement, but because of what it revealed. Somewhere along the way, my daughter had stopped seeing me as her father and started seeing me as a bank. I stared at the ceiling until sunrise, wondering if this was the price of giving too much, of protecting her from pain, of refusing to let her struggle even when it might have taught her resilience. That morning, I made coffee and opened my email to find another message from her. This time, it wasn't angry, it was colder, calculated. Since you've decided to withhold wedding funds, I'll be reworking the guest list. Consider your invitation revoked. No greeting, no signature, just a line drawn in the sand. I sat there for a long time, coffee growing cold in my hands, not because I was surprised, but because I wasn't. The kid I raised would have never written that, but the woman she'd become, I saw her more clearly now than ever before. The question wasn't why she'd sent it. The question was how I'd let her become this. And the answer, if I was honest, lay in all the years I'd spent trying to be both mother and father. All the quiet compromises I made because I didn't want her to feel abandoned. All the weekends I canceled plans so she wouldn't come home to an empty house. All the times I bit my tongue when she disrespected me because I was afraid that pushing back would push her away. But in trying not to lose her, I'd lost myself. And now she was punishing me for finally drawing a boundary. 2 weeks passed. Silence. I didn't reach out, neither did she. And then, out of nowhere, her mother called. I hadn't heard from Claire in years. After she left, we'd maintained the bare minimum of communication, birthdays, school emergencies, the occasional doctor's form. She'd moved to Arizona, married a man 10 years younger, and built a new life that didn't include parenting. But now she was calling me at 8:00 p.m. on a Tuesday like we were old friends catching up. "Hi, Thomas," she said breezily. "Maddie told me what happened. She's really upset." I exhaled slowly. "Claire, what do you want?" She sighed like I was being difficult. "Look, I'm not taking sides, but maybe you could just meet her halfway. She's under a lot of pressure, and she thinks you're punishing her for dropping out of school." I laughed bitterly. "This isn't about college, it's about respect. She's acting like I owe her a luxury wedding because I worked hard for 20 years. That's not pressure, that's entitlement." There was a pause on the line. "She just wants her day to be perfect," Claire said finally. "Every girl dreams about her wedding." Then she should have started saving when she was 16, like every other kid with a Pinterest board and a part-time job. That shut her up for a second, then she pivoted. "You know she's threatened to elope, right? Just take the money and go to Vegas." I shrugged. "It's hers now. If she wants to blow it all on a night of glitter and regrets, that's her choice, but she won't get a second check." "You're being stubborn." "No," I said, calm but firm. "I'm being a parent." Another pause. Then she hung up without saying goodbye. That call didn't hurt, not like Maddie's words had, but it reminded me how long I'd been doing this alone, how little support I'd had, and how much it had cost me. A few days later, I got a call from someone else. Dylan. It was the first time we'd ever spoken one-on-one. "Mr. Taylor," his voice was nervous. Hi, I hope it's okay that I called." I didn't say anything, just waited. He cleared his throat. I wanted to apologize for everything Maddie said and for the wedding stuff. I didn't know she was putting all that on you." That caught me off guard. He continued. "We've been fighting a lot about money, about the wedding, about your letter. She didn't even tell me about the college fund until after the check arrived. I didn't know she had that kind of money saved." "She didn't," I said. I did." "Right," he said softly. "Yeah, I figured." There was a long pause before he spoke again. "She's not doing well. She's stressed, lashing out. I think she thought getting married would fix everything, but now it's just making everything worse." I leaned back in my chair. "Why are you telling me this?" "Because I think she needs help, and I don't know how to reach her, but maybe you do." I didn't respond right away, because the truth was, I wasn't sure I did. I wasn't sure I wanted to. But something in Dylan's voice, this young man caught in the middle of a storm he didn't create, made me pause. "Thanks for the call," I said quietly. "Take care of yourself." Then I hung up. That night, I opened a box in my closet I hadn't touched in years. Inside were photo albums, birthday cards, drawings she made in kindergarten, a construction paper tie for Father's Day dated 2007. She used to love me without question, and somewhere along the way that love had calcified into expectation. Maybe it wasn't too late to reach her. Maybe it was asterisk, but I knew one thing for sure. I wouldn't be guilted into buying love I no longer recognized. The next envelope came 2 weeks later. It was handwritten. No fancy stamps, no RSVP cards, no gold foil. Just my name in thick black ink, *dad*, and a tear stain bleeding the A into a ghostly smudge. For the first time in months, I felt something close to apprehension as I opened it. Inside was a single page. "I don't know who I am anymore. I'm sorry." That was it. No signature, no plea for money. Just 2 lines. But those 2 lines hit harder than any invoice, voicemail, or insult ever could. I reread the note half a dozen times, the silence in the house pressing down around me like a storm front. Then I picked up my phone and did something I hadn't done in months. I called my daughter. She picked up on the second ring. Her voice was hoarse, like she'd been crying or maybe screaming. "Hi," she said quietly. "Hi," I echoed. A long pause stretched between us, filled with all the unsaid things we'd both been choking on. Then I said, "I got your note." Another pause, then a tiny broken whisper. I didn't know where else to put the anger. I closed my eyes. "I know," I said. There was a small sound, like a breath catching in her throat. "I wasn't really mad at you. I was mad at everything, myself, Dylan, the pressure, the wedding. I don't even think I want to get married anymore." That surprised me. "You don't?" I asked softly. "No, I mean, yes, eventually, but not like this. Not with this weight on my chest. Not when I feel like I don't even deserve to wear white." That hit me square in the heart, because I knew that feeling of wanting to be celebrated but not feeling worthy. Of standing in front of the people who were supposed to love you and wondering if they even knew who you were anymore. She was spiraling, and not for the first time. I'd seen it in high school, when she didn't get into her dream school and stopped eating for a week. When her first boyfriend cheated on her and she tried to bleach her hair until it fell out in clumps. When she dropped out of college and insisted it was empowerment, even though I heard her sobbing in the shower at night. She didn't know how to process pain. She only knew how to redirect it. And for too long, I'd stood in the way like a shield, absorbing every misfire, letting her hurt me because it felt safer than letting her hurt herself. I took a deep breath. "Maddie, the money I gave you, it's still yours, but I need you to understand something." She didn't say anything, just waited. That money came from a place of love, years of it, sleepless nights, skipped vacations, cold leftovers. That money is more than a number on a check. It's asterisk me asterisk. All the versions of me you don't remember, but I lived through, and I gave it to you because I wanted your life to be easier than mine. Another small sound, a quiet sob. But I continued. "I won't give you what you asterisk think asterisk you want, just because you're angry. I won't feed that part of you anymore, because I love you too much for that." She sniffled. "I don't know how to fix this." "You don't need to fix anything right now. You just need to asterisk feel asterisk it. Let it suck. Let it break your heart a little. That's how you learn what really matters." We sat in silence for a long time. Then she whispered, "Will you come over?" My chest tightened. "To your place?" "No," she said. "To the park, the one with the swings, like when I was little." I smiled. "Yeah," I said. "I'll be there in 20. She was already sitting on the swing when I arrived. Hair pulled back in a loose bun, hoodie 2 sizes too big, her sneakers drawing lazy circles in the gravel. She looked like a kid again, not the influencer, not the bride, just Maddie, my daughter. I sat on the swing next to her, the chains creaking under my weight. We didn't speak right away, just sat side by side while cicadas hummed and dusk settled around us. After a while, she said, "I think I wanted the wedding to prove something." "Like what?" "That I was okay, that I'd made it, that I was lovable." I looked at her gently. "You don't need a wedding to prove that. You never did." She stared at the ground. "I just didn't know how to say I was scared." "That's what dads are for," I said, "to hear you when you can't say it out loud." She looked up at me, eyes red-rimmed but soft. "Do you hate me?" My heart cracked clean open. "No," I said, "but I think it's time we start being honest with each other, really honest." She nodded, and for the first time in years she reached out and held my hand. We sat like that until the streetlights flickered on. Two people, broken in different ways, but trying. A week passed without drama. No invoices, no voicemails, no cryptic posts about toxic energy on her Instagram. Just quiet, still, strange, but not uncomfortable. Then she called me on a Sunday morning right as I was settling into my third cup of coffee and the crossword I never finished. "Dad," she said, her voice steadier than it had been in months. "Can you come with me to cancel the venue?" That got my attention. "Cancel it?" "Yeah, I want to start over. Not just the wedding, asterisk everything asterisk. And I want to do it right this time. No screaming, no guilt, just honesty." I didn't hesitate. "Text me the address." An hour later, we stood in front of an old chapel that looked like something out of a bridal magazine. Ivy-covered walls, white pillars, stained glass windows glowing in the morning sun. She looked at it with an expression I couldn't quite read. "I fell in love with the idea of this place before I even saw it," she said. "Like if I just stood here in a white dress, I'd finally feel like I was enough." I nodded. "It's a beautiful place." "Too beautiful," she said quietly. "It's not real, not for us." Inside, the event coordinator, a polished woman with a clipboard and a tight smile, looked momentarily stunned when Maddie said she was canceling. "I'm sorry," the woman said, clearly annoyed. "You do realize you'll forfeit your deposit?" "Yes," Maddie said. "I read the contract." A pause, then the woman turned to me. "And are you the one covering the balance?" "No," Maddie cut in. "I was, but I changed my mind." The coordinator blinked, then shrugged and started filling out a cancellation form. Maddie watched her pen move across the paper, jaw tight, arms folded like she was bracing for a punch. But when the woman handed her the final paperwork, Maddie signed it without flinching. I'd never been prouder. When we stepped outside, she let out a long breath. "That was harder than I thought." I offered her a soft smile. Doing the right thing usually is. We walked to the parking lot in silence, the gravel crunching under our shoes. Then she turned to me and asked, "Do you want to grab lunch?" I hesitated, not because I didn't want to, but because I didn't want to rush this. Whatever healing we were doing, it had to be slow, real, earned, but I nodded. "Sure, as long as you're buying." She laughed, a real one this time, not performative or bitter. "Deal, I still have a few thousand left. Let's see what ramen tastes like when you're not budgeting for fireworks and calligraphy menus." We went to a quiet little noodle shop on the edge of town. She told me about her new job prospects. She was considering taking a production assistant role on a documentary team. Not glamorous, not well paid, but real work that would teach her, humble her. She said Dylan had moved out, not in anger, but with mutual understanding. We weren't building a marriage, she said. We were building a panic room. She asked if I hated him. I shook my head. He called me, said you were struggling. That takes guts. She looked surprised, then guilty. He didn't tell me that. Maybe he didn't want the credit. She went quiet again, then finally whispered, "Do you think it's too late for me to go back to school?" "No," I said, "but I think you should do it for you, not for the version of you you've been pretending to be." Another nod, another quiet moment. She stirred her ramen like she was deep in thought. When we got back to the car, she opened her purse and pulled out the check I'd given her, the same one from the college fund, uncashed, slightly crumpled. She handed it to me. "I don't want it like this," she said. "Not unless I earn it, not unless I'm ready." I stared at her. "It's not a prize, Maddie." "I know, but I want it to mean something." I slid it back into her hand. "Then hold on to it, and when you're ready, use it for something that scares you a little." She smiled. "You mean like telling your dad the truth about everything you've done wrong for the past 10 years? "That's a start," I said. We stood there in the parking lot, two people finally learning how to be honest with each other. Not as the father who gave too much, not as the daughter who took too freely, but as two adults, both broken, both healing, both still trying. As we hugged goodbye, she whispered, "Thank you for letting me fall." I pulled her in tighter. "Thank you for getting back up." It was late October when I saw her again. 3 months had passed since the park. The air had started to carry that quiet chill when leaves begin to dry out and the sun stops pretending it's summer. She invited me over to her new apartment, modest, walk-up, second floor above a bookstore that smelled like dusty pages and burnt coffee. When I got there, she opened the door with paint on her fingers. "Sorry," she said, holding up her hand. "I was redoing a shelf I found on Craigslist. Want to see?" I stepped inside and everything felt honest. That's the only word I can use. There weren't any Instagram perfect arrangements. No pastel throws draped just so. No faux neon signs with words like *manifest* or *girlboss*. Just bare walls, half unpacked boxes, and a cat I didn't recognize glaring at me from the windowsill. "This is Miss So," she said. "She adopted me." I bent down to scratch the cat's head. "Smart girl," Maddie grinned. "She bites." I walked around slowly. A typewriter sat on her desk. Real books, not color-coded ones, lined the shelf. A corkboard covered in sticky notes and quotes hung above the kitchen sink. Then I saw the letter. Pinned in the center of the board, framed by yellow notes and torn receipts, was the asterisk letter. The one I'd sent with the check. She'd circled the words "This is your future, however you choose to spend it." I turned to her. "You framed it." She shrugged. It reminded me that someone believed I had one. I didn't know what to say, so I sat at the little round table while she poured tea. She didn't offer me sugar, just slid the mug toward me like it was the most natural thing in the world. We talked for hours. She told me about her job. She'd taken that PA role. Long hours, little pay, but she'd been assigned to a story about caregivers and long-term illness, and something about it had cracked her open. She described watching adult children bathe their parents, clean feeding tubes, hold hands through dementia. "I always thought your sacrifices were invisible," she said quietly, "but now I know they were just quiet." I nodded. "That's what real love usually is." She sipped her tea, then added, "I'm sorry I turned it into a transaction." "You weren't the only one," I admitted. "I enabled it. I thought if I kept giving, you wouldn't notice what was missing." Her eyes met mine. "Mom," I nodded. She looked away. She called again, asked if I needed help. And I told her no. But I also told her I didn't hate her. I just didn't expect anything from her anymore. That hurt more than I expected it to, but I understood. There was no venom in her voice, no blame, just a quiet resignation that comes when you stop waiting for someone to become who you needed. I asked her if she still talked to Dylan. She shook her head. "I think he wanted to save me, and when he realized I needed to save myself, he didn't know what to do. That's a tough lesson." "Yeah," she said, "but I'm glad I learned it now." Then she reached for her bag and pulled out the check again, still uncashed, edges curled. "I've decided," she said. "I want to use it to go back to school, psychology. I want to help girls like me, girls who were loved but still ended up lost." My throat tightened. "I think you'll be good at that," I said. She smiled. "I think I'll have to be." I stood to leave a little while later, and as she walked me to the door, she said something that stuck with me long after I drove home. Dad, I always thought you were just the guy who fixed the sink and bought groceries, but now I know you were the foundation. Everything I was standing on, everything I broke, was built on your back. I didn't know how to respond, so I just pulled her into a hug and let that moment sit between us like a warm blanket. On the drive home, I thought about all the parents I'd seen at her school plays. The ones who clapped too loud, who filmed every second, who posted on Facebook like they were running for office. I used to envy them, think they had something I didn't, but now I realized quiet love doesn't look like fireworks. It looks like late nights and early mornings, like giving when it hurts, like saying no when it matters more than yes, like being called selfish when you're finally choosing self-respect. And sometimes it looks like cashing out a college fund, not to spoil a child, but to save a soul. Mine, and maybe hers too. Thanksgiving came around quicker than I expected. For the first time in years, Maddie offered to host. It was just the two of us, no distant cousins, no awkward neighbors, no Claire. Just a small table, a roasted chicken that she insisted on cooking herself, and a bottle of cheap red wine neither of us could name. She decorated with mismatched cloth napkins and thrift store plates, each with a different floral pattern. Her cat glared at me from the couch the whole night like it was still personally offended by my presence. But it was peaceful, simple. She didn't ask me to say grace. She just raised her glass and said, "To learning the hard way." I raised mine back, and surviving it, we clinked glasses. As we ate, she told me about her classes, how hard it was to return to school at her age, how she felt like the odd one out surrounded by freshmen who still wore backpacks with anime keychains, but also how good it felt to learn again, to focus on something outside of herself. I used to think healing meant pretending nothing hurt, she said between bites. Now I think it means letting the pain teach you something. I nodded. It always does. She paused, then asked, "Do you ever wish you'd done something different with your life?" It wasn't an easy question, but she asked it gently, not as a trap, not as a judgment, just curiosity. "Yeah," I said slowly. "Sometimes I wish I'd gotten remarried, traveled more, bought a motorcycle like I wanted when I turned 50. She laughed. "You, on a motorcycle? Don't mock me, I had a wild streak once." She leaned back, smiling. "No regrets, though. I thought about that." "No," I said finally, "because I got to see this version of you, the one who knows who she is. That makes everything else worth it." Her face softened. Then she said something I never expected to hear from her. "I used to think you were boring." I laughed. I'm asterisk boring." She shook her head. "No, you're constant," and I confused that with boring. "But now I see you were steady, and that's what I needed more than anything." I didn't know what to say. There was something so deeply healing about that. Not just the words, but the fact that they were hers asterisk. Not coaxed, not prompted, just freely given. After dinner, we sat on the couch and watched old home videos. She dug out a box she hadn't touched in years, full of DVDs and flash drives, and even a couple of mini DV tapes I didn't know she'd saved. On one of them, she was 5 years old, dancing around the living room in a tutu, tripping over her own feet while I cheered behind the camera. In another, she was reading her first book out loud, pausing dramatically at every word like it was Shakespeare. And in one clip, one I didn't remember recording, I was sitting on the couch, exhausted, eyes half closed, while she braided my hair with plastic clips. "Why were you so tired?" she asked, watching the screen. "Because I was working 2 jobs," I said, "and I just finished cleaning the apartment." She stared at the screen for a long time, then whispered, "And I never thanked you for that." "You didn't have to," I said gently. "Yes, I did." She looked me in the eye, tears shining. "Thank you, Dad, for all of it, for sticking around, for loving me even when I was impossible, for never giving up on me." I reached out and took her hand. "Thank you, Maddie, for coming back." We didn't say much after that. Just let the videos play while the cat curled up between us, purring like it had finally accepted I wasn't leaving. When I got home that night, I sat in my quiet kitchen and thought about everything we'd been through. The yelling, the silence, the humiliation, the healing. There's something sacred about coming back from the edge with someone you love. It's not about forgetting the damage. It's about building something better in its place. Stronger, wiser, honest. Weeks passed. Christmas came, then the new year, and in early January I received a small envelope in the mail. Inside was a thank you card, handwritten. "Dad, I cashed the check. I enrolled in full-time classes. I paid for everything up front. No debt, no tricks. I'm doing this the right way now, for me, for the woman I want to become. Thank you for believing in her before she even existed. I love you, Maddie." I stared at that card for a long time. Then I placed it in the same drawer where her old drawings lived, right next to the Father's Day tie made of construction paper. Life isn't linear. Love isn't simple, but sometimes when the dust finally settles and the shouting fades into memory, what's left is this: a daughter no longer lost, a father no longer invisible, and a quiet kind of peace that feels like coming home.
Story 2. My daughter stole my house deed. while I was in the hospital, but she didn't know about the second will. The first thing I saw when I woke up in the hospital was the empty chair beside my bed, the one where my daughter, Emily, had promised she'd be waiting when I opened my eyes after surgery. The machines beeped steadily, but the silence in that room was louder than any alarm. My throat was dry, my body ached, and my heart, well, my heart already knew something was wrong before my brain caught up. I reached for my phone with shaky hands, wincing at the 4 tugging in my arm. 3 missed calls from my lawyer. No texts from Emily. That's when the dread settled in, thick and suffocating. The nurse came in, her smile too bright for the storm brewing inside me. "You're awake. How are you feeling?" "Where's my daughter?" I croaked. Her expression flickered. "Oh, she left a few hours ago. Said she had some urgent business to take care of." Business. Right. Because what could be more urgent than sitting with your mother after her heart procedure? Unless that business was rifling through my files the second I was unconscious. I didn't want to believe it. Not yet. But when I called my lawyer back, his voice was tight, controlled in that way people use when they're trying not to panic. "Linda," he said, "we have a problem." And just like that, the last thread of denial snapped. It wasn't always like this. There was a time when Emily was my whole world, my bright, laughing girl who held my hand too tight on the first day of school, who cried when I scraped my knee because she couldn't stand to see me hurt. Somewhere along the way, that girl got buried under entitlement, under the whispers of her father's family, under the kind of greed that turns love into a transaction. I should have seen it coming. The signs were there, the sudden interest in my will, the helpful suggestions about downsizing, the way her husband, Mark, always lingered a little too long near my filing cabinet. But parents don't want to see the worst in their children. We make excuses. We blame stress, or youth, or bad influences, anything but the truth staring us in the face. Then came the hospital stay, the emergency angioplasty, and Emily's performance of the dutiful daughter, insisting on driving me, handling my paperwork, assuring me she'd take care of everything while I recovered. I'd hugged her, so grateful, so stupid, because while I was lying on an operating table, she was in my home office, prying open the lockbox, where I kept the deed to the house. My lawyer, Richard, met me at my house the day I was discharged. His jaw was clenched as he handed me the security footage for my Nest camera, the one Emily didn't know existed. There she was, clear as day, sliding the deed into her purse like it was a grocery receipt. But the worst part? The smile on her face. Not guilt, not fear. Astra's triumph star. I sank onto the couch, the weight of it crushing me. "She thinks she's won," I whispered. Richard sat beside me. "She doesn't know about the second will, does she?" I shook my head, because after my divorce from her father, after the years of manipulation from his side of the family, I'd learned one hard lesson: always have a backup plan. And Emily had just played right into it. The confrontation came that night. She waltzed in like nothing was wrong, all fake concern and plastic smiles. "Mom, you should have called me to pick you up." I didn't scream, didn't cry, just looked her dead in the eye and said, "Where's my house deed, Emily?" The color drained from her face. That was all the confession I needed. What happened next would change our family forever. The silence after my question was so thick I could feel it pressing against my eardrums. Emily's mouth opened, then closed, like a fish gasping for air. For a second, I almost pitied her, almost. Then her eyes darted to Mark, who was hovering in the doorway like a vulture waiting for scraps. "It's not what you think," she finally stammered. I barked out a laugh, so sharp it made her flinch. "Really? Because the security footage shows you breaking into my lockbox and stealing the deed to my house. So tell me, exactly what should I think?" Mark stepped forward, his voice oozing fake concern. "Linda, you've been through a lot. Maybe you're not thinking clearly." "Don't." I cut him off with a raised hand. "Don't insult me by pretending this is about my health. You two have been circling this house like sharks for years." Emily's face twisted, her mask of innocence cracking. "You're being paranoid. We were just safeguarding it for you. You're getting older, and with your heart problems." "Stop." My voice was quiet, but it shut her up instantly. "I'm going to ask you one more time. Where is my deed?" She hesitated, then reached into her purse and pulled it out. the paper slightly crumpled. The sight of it in her hands, after everything, made my stomach turn. I took it slowly, deliberately, watching her flinch as my fingers brushed hers. Then I turned to Mark. "Get out of my house." He blinked. "What? You heard me. You don't live here. You don't belong here. Get out." Emily's voice rose to a shrill pitch. "Mom, you can't just." "I can, and I am." I walked to the door and held it open, my entire body vibrating with the cold, quiet rage. "Unless you'd like me to call the police and file charges for theft?" Mark's face darkened, but he grabbed his coat and shoved past me, muttering something under his breath. Emily stood frozen, tears welling in her eyes, crocodile tears, the kind she'd perfected as a child when she wanted her way. "You're choosing this," she whispered, "over me." The guilt trip was almost impressive. Almost. "No, Emily. You made this choice. The minute you decided my property was more important than my trust." She opened her mouth to argue, but I cut her off. "Go home. We'll talk when you're ready to admit what you really did." The door clicked shut behind her, and for the first time in hours, I could breathe. But this wasn't over, because while Emily thought she was playing chess, she didn't realize I'd been setting up the board for years. See, after my divorce from her father, I learned the hard way that blood doesn't always mean loyalty. He drained half my savings before I caught on, and I'd be damned if I let history repeat itself. So I'd made a second will. A will that left my entire estate, the house, the investments, everything, to a trust in my name, with strict instructions that Emily would only inherit under one condition: if she proved she could be trusted. And she just failed. Spectacularly. Richard had warned me this might happen. "Greed changes people," he'd said, watching me sign the backup documents. "Even the ones you love." I hadn't wanted to believe him, but as I sat at my kitchen table, staring at the deed in my hands, I realized something awful. This wasn't just about the house. This was about control. Emily didn't just want my assets. She wanted me dependent, weak, easy to manipulate. And that was unforgivable. The next morning, my phone blew up with texts. "Mom, we need to talk. You're overreacting. Call me." I ignored them all. Instead, I called Richard. "It's time," I said. He didn't hesitate. "I'll file the papers today." By noon, the second will was activated. By dinner, Emily's inheritance was officially conditional, and she had no idea. But she would. Soon. 3 days later, she showed up on my doorstep, red-eyed and furious. "We need to talk," she demanded, pushing past me into the house. I crossed my arms. "About what? The deed you stole? Or the inheritance you think you're entitled to?" Her face went pale. "Asterisk what? Asterisk?" I smiled. "Cold. Calm. Sit down, Emily. We have a lot to discuss." And for the first time in years, I held all the power. Emily didn't sit. She stood frozen in the middle of my living room, her hands clenched into fists at her sides. The way her breath hitched told me she was fighting back tears, real ones this time, not the performative kind she used when she wanted sympathy. "Asterisk, what did you do?" "Asterisk," she whispered. I walked past her, settling into my favorite armchair like this was any other conversation. I protected myself, something I should have done a long time ago. Her eyes darted to the filing cabinet where she'd stolen the deed, then back to me. "You're being ridiculous. I was helping you. You're sick, Mom. You're not thinking straight." "Stop." The word cut through the room like a blade. "I'm done with the lies, Emily. And I'm done letting you treat me like I'm some senile old woman who doesn't know what's happening in her own life." She opened her mouth, but I kept going. "You didn't come to the hospital because you were worried about me. You came because you saw an opportunity. And if you think I'm going to let you bully me into handing over my house, my money, my life, then you don't know me at all." Her face twisted. "This is because of Mark, isn't it? You've never liked him." I laughed, a sharp, bitter sound. "Oh, don't put this on him. He's a leech, sure. But you're the one who let him whisper in your ear. You're the one who made the choice to betray me." For a second, just a second, I saw it. The flicker of shame in her eyes. Then it was gone, replaced by something harder. "Fine," she snapped. "If you're going to act like this, then I don't need to stick around and be insulted." She turned toward the door, and I let her go. But just as her hand touched the knob, I said, "You should know. The will you've been counting on? It's not the only one." She froze. "There's a second will, Emily. One that leaves everything to a trust. And after what you pulled." I let the word sink in. "You're not getting a dime unless I say so." She spun around, her face white with rage. Asterisk, you can't do that, asterisk. I already did. The silence that followed was deafening. Then, in a voice so low I almost didn't hear it, she said, "I hate you." The words should have gutted me. Once upon a time, they would have. But now they just proved I'd made the right choice. The fallout was swift. Emily stormed out, slamming the door so hard the windows rattled. Within an hour, my phone was flooded with angry texts from her, from Mark, even from my ex-husband, who'd apparently been briefed on the injustice of it all. "You're tearing this family apart. How could you do this to your own daughter? She deserves that house." I blocked every single one. Because here's the thing about vultures. They only stick around as long as there's something to pick at. And I was done being carrion. A week later, Richard called with an update. "The paperwork's finalized," he said. "The trust is airtight. Unless you explicitly reinstate her, Emily has no legal claim to anything." I exhaled, relief washing over me. Good. But Richard hesitated. "Linda, there's something else." My stomach dropped. "What?" "Emily and Mark filed a petition. They're challenging your mental competency." I actually laughed. Asterisk what? Asterisk. "It's a common tactic in these cases," he said grimly. "They're claiming you're not of sound mind to make decisions about your estate. They're trying to get guardianship." The room tilted. All those years of love, of sacrifice. And this was how she repaid me? By trying to have me declared incompetent? My voice was eerily calm when I finally spoke. "What do we do?" Richard's answer was immediate. "We fight back." And fight I would. Because this wasn't just about money anymore. This was war. The next morning, I walked into Richard's office with a box of documents. Bank statements, medical records, even the damn nest footage of Emily stealing the deed. "Let's see them try to call me senile now," I muttered. Richard grinned. "That's the spirit." But as I sat there, signing papers and preparing for battle, one thought kept circling in my mind. How did it come to this? How did my sweet little girl turn into someone who would rather destroy me than lose a paycheck? And more importantly, was there any coming back from it? The hearing was set for 3 weeks later. 3 weeks of silence from Emily. 3 weeks of sleepless nights, wondering if I'd done the right thing. Then, the night before the court date, my doorbell rang. I wasn't expecting anyone, and when I looked through the peephole, my blood ran cold. It wasn't Emily. It was her father. And he wasn't alone. My ex-husband, David, stood on my porch looking like a man who'd already won. His smug grin hadn't changed in 20 years. That same arrogant tilt that used to make my skin crawl. Beside him loomed a stranger in a cheap suit clutching a briefcase, eyes darting like a rat sniffing for crumbs. I didn't open the door. "You've got 3 seconds to tell me why you're here before I call the police." David's smile didn't waver. "Now, Linda, is that any way to treat the father of your child? We're here to talk sense into you before you embarrass yourself in court tomorrow." The audacity stole my breath. Through the door I hissed, "You lost the right to call yourself her father when you used child support payments to buy your mistress jewelry." The stranger cleared his throat. "Mrs. Whitmore, I'm Attorney Cole, representing your daughter's interests. Perhaps we could." "No." My hand tightened on the doorframe. "You listen carefully. You step 1 foot on my property, I'll have you charged with trespassing. You so much as whisper another threat about my mental state, I'll sue you for defamation. And David," I met his eyes through the peephole, "if you think showing up here will scare me, you forgot who the hell you're dealing with." For the first time, David's smirk faltered. The lawyer tried again. "Your daughter just wants what's fair." "What's fair?" My voice cracked like a whip. Fair was the college fund I drained to pay for her wedding. Fair was the down payment I gave them on their condo. Fair isn't stealing from me while I'm on an operating table. I slammed my palm against the door. "Now get off my porch before I release the security footage to the press. Let's see how many clients you keep when they find out you're aiding and abetting theft." The lawyer actually took a step back. David's face purpled with rage. "You always were a vindictive bitch," he spat. I smiled. "Took you 20 years to notice? Now get the hell off my property." I watched through the camera until their taillights disappeared down the street. Then my knees gave out. I slid down the wall, gasping like I'd run a marathon. The clock on the mantel ticked louder than a bomb. They're scared. The realization hit me like lightning. All the legal posturing, the intimidation, it wasn't strength. It was panic. They knew their case was flimsy, knew I had evidence, and that made them dangerous. The courthouse smelled like lemon cleaner and stale coffee. I sat ramrod straight at the defendant's table, Richard a steady presence beside me. Across the aisle, Emily refused to meet my eyes. Mark kept whispering in her ear, his fingers digging into her arm like claws. The judge, a no-nonsense woman with silver streaks in her hair, skimmed the petition. "This alleges Mrs. Whitmore is suffering from dementia and cannot manage her affairs. Yet I see hospital records confirming she scored perfectly on cognitive tests 3 days before this filing." She raised an eyebrow at Emily's lawyer. "Care to explain?" The rat-faced attorney stammered. "My client has witnessed concerning memory lapses." "Such as?" the judge interrupted. Silence. Richard didn't even stand, just slid a manila envelope across the table. "Your Honor, we have video evidence proving the petitioner stole Mrs. Whitmore's property while she was hospitalized. We also have bank statements showing the petitioner and her husband have outstanding debts exceeding $200,000. He paused. "This isn't about competency. It's about desperation." Emily made a choked sound. The judge's lips thinned. Then David stood. "Your Honor, if I may." "You may not." The judge snapped. "You're not party to this petition." She turned to Emily. "Young lady, do you have any evidence beyond your say-so that your mother is incapacitated?" Emily's mouth opened, closed. Tears streaked her makeup. She's not thinking clearly. The judge sighed. "Case dismissed." "And Mrs. Whitmore?" She met my eyes. "I'd recommend a restraining order." We didn't speak as we left the courtroom. Emily rushed out ahead, Mark and David flanking her like bodyguards. Reporters snapped photos. Someone must have tipped them off. Richard squeezed my shoulder. "It's over." But it wasn't, because as I stepped into the sunlight, I saw her, Emily, crouched by the curb, sobbing into her hands. Not the dramatic tears she used for manipulation. Real, gut-wrenching grief. And despite everything, my heart broke. Richard murmured something about paperwork and left me standing there. I took one step toward her, then another. She looked up, her face raw. Happy now. The anger in her voice couldn't mask the pain beneath it. This wasn't just about money anymore. This was a little girl who'd convinced herself her mother didn't love her. I crouched beside her. "No," I said quietly. "I'm not happy. I'm heartbroken." She flinched. "I didn't want this fight, Emily. But I won't apologize for protecting myself." I reached into my purse and pulled out an envelope. "This is a copy of the original will. The one where you inherit everything. No conditions." Her breath hitched. "I was always going to take care of you," I whispered. "But baby, you have to let me." For the first time in years, my daughter looked at me. Really looked at me. And in her eyes, I saw the ghost of the girl she used to be. The girl who cried when I skinned my knee. The girl who might still be in there somewhere. The choice was hers now. Emily stared at the envelope like it might bite her. The parking lot noise faded. Honking cars, chattering reporters. Even Mark's hiss demands from nearby all dissolved into white noise. It was just us. Just this moment. "I don't understand," she whispered. Her fingers trembled as they brushed the paper. "You won. Why would you?" "Because this was never about punishment," I said, throat tight. "It was about waking you up." A tear plopped onto the envelope, smudging the ink. When she spoke again, her voice was so small it shattered me. I messed up so bad. I reached out slowly, giving her time to pull away. When she didn't, I cupped her cheek. "Yeah, you did." She leaned into my touch like a starving woman. "Mark said. He kept saying you'd cut me out anyway, that I needed to." Her breath hitched. "God, Mom, I'm so sorry." The dam broke. She collapsed against me, her sobs shaking both our bodies. I held her like I had when she was small, when skinned knees and broken toys were the worst tragedies she knew. Over her shoulder, I saw Mark take a furious step forward, only for David to grab his arm. My ex-husband's face was unreadable as he shook his head. They slunk away. Neither of us watched them go. We talked for hours that night. Really talked. No lawyers, no posturing. Just raw, ugly truth. She confessed everything. The credit card debt Mark had hidden. The lies he'd fed her about me favoring my sister's kids. Even the way he'd coached her what to say to hospital staff about my memory problems. I felt sick doing it, she whispered, clutching the tea I'd made her. But every time I tried to back out, he'd say that I never really loved you. I finished softly. Her shocked look told me everything. Oh, honey. I took her hand. That man could sell ice to penguins. But here's what I know. Love doesn't keep score. And it sure as hell doesn't steal. The clock struck midnight when she finally asked the question we'd both been avoiding. What now? I smiled and pushed the envelope closer. Now you choose. She chose right. The divorce papers came a month later. Mark fought dirty, of course. Tried claiming half the condo I'd helped buy. Even threatened to contest the will. But with Emily's testimony and the mountain of evidence Richard had prepared, he slunk away with nothing but his gambling debts. David, ever the opportunist, sent a half-assed apology email. I deleted it unread. As for the house, it's still mine. For now. But the new will, the real one, sits safely in Richard's vault. And the look on Emily's face when I told her I'd added a library wing for her future kids? Priceless. Sometimes, when the light hits just right, I see her. Really see her. Not the stranger she became, but the daughter I raised. She brings over soup when I'm tired. Reminds me to take my pills. Last week, I caught her glaring at a shady contractor like she was ready to throw punch him. Old habits die hard. So do old loves. The road back isn't easy. Some wounds leave scars. But here's what I've learned. Family isn't blood. It's choice. And every morning, when the coffee's brewing and the sun's coming up, we choose each other all over again.
Story 3. My husband cheated with my sister, but I forgave him, until I found out about the secret child. I stood in the kitchen, gripping the edge of the counter so hard my knuckles turned white, staring at the text message that shattered my world. It was from my sister, Lauren, my best friend, my confidant, the one person I trusted as much as my husband, Mark. The message was a single line: "I'm so sorry, Jess. I never meant for it to happen." My stomach churned. I didn't know what it was yet, but the weight of those words felt like a blade slicing through my chest. My hands trembled as I typed back, "What are you talking about?" No response. Just silence. And then, 10 minutes later, Mark walked through the door, his face pale, eyes avoiding mine. He didn't need to say a word. I knew. I knew. My husband and my sister had betrayed me. I'm Jessica, 38 years old, married to Mark for 12 years. We weren't perfect, but we were solid, or so I thought. 2 kids, a mortgage, a life we'd built together brick by brick. Mark was the dependable one, the guy who'd bring me coffee in bed on Sundays and cry during our daughter's school plays. Lauren, my younger sister by 3 years, was the free spirit. She'd bounce from job to job, city to city, always crashing at our place when life got messy. I loved her chaos, her laughter, the way she'd make our kids giggle with her wild stories. We were close, the kind of sisters who'd finish each other's sentences. Or at least, we used to be. That night, after the kids were asleep, I confronted Mark. I didn't scream. I didn't cry. I just sat at the dining table, the text from Lauren glowing on my phone, and said, "Tell me." He looked like a trapped animal, his broad shoulders slumping, his hands fidgeting with his wedding ring. "It was a mistake, Jess," he started, his voice barely above a whisper. "It only happened once." Once. The word felt like a slap. He and Lauren had slept together 6 months ago, during one of her visits. A late night, too much wine, a moment of weakness, that's what he called it. A moment. I wanted to believe it was nothing more, but the way his eyes darted away when he spoke told me there was more to this story. I just didn't know how much more. I called Lauren the next day. She was sobbing before I could even speak. I'm so sorry, Jess. It was stupid. We were drunk, and it didn't mean anything. I swear it'll never happen again. Her voice cracked, and I could hear the guilt, but it didn't soothe the rage burning in my chest. My sister. My sister. The one who'd held my hand when I gave birth to my son, who'd braided my hair for my wedding. How could she? How could he? I hung up without saying a word, my mind spiraling. I didn't know who I hated more, Mark for breaking our vows or Lauren for stabbing me in the back. For weeks, I was a ghost in my own life. I'd go through the motions, making breakfast for the kids, smiling at their stories, nodding at Mark when he asked how I was. But inside, I was unraveling. I couldn't look at him without picturing them together. I couldn't talk to Lauren without hearing her excuses echo in my head. My kids, Emma and Noah, were too young to notice. Emma's 9, Noah's 6, but I saw the confusion in their eyes when I'd zone out during dinner. I had to decide, stay and fix this or walk away from everything. Mark begged for forgiveness. He went to therapy, wrote me letters, even offered to move out if I needed space. I love you, Jess. I'll do anything to make this right, he'd say, his voice thick with desperation. Lauren, too, kept calling, leaving voicemails I deleted without listening. I was drowning in their apologies, but the pain wouldn't let me breathe. Still, I didn't want to break my family apart. Emma and Noah deserved a home, not a war zone. So, against every instinct screaming at me to run, I chose to stay. I told Mark we'd work on it, counseling, transparency, no more secrets. I told Lauren we'd talk eventually, but I needed time. I thought I could forgive them. I thought I could heal. Months passed, and things got better isn't the right word. Manageable, maybe. Mark was trying, really trying. He'd come home early, help with the kids, plan date nights. I started to see glimpses of the man I'd fallen in love with, the one who'd dance with me in the living room to old jazz records. Lauren kept her distance, respecting my boundaries, though she'd send texts checking on the kids. I wasn't ready to forgive her, but I didn't want to lose her forever. I started to believe we could rebuild, that maybe trust could grow back, like grass over a burned field. Then, last week, everything changed. I was cleaning out the garage, sorting through old boxes, when I found a locked metal case tucked behind Mark's tools. It wasn't mine, and Mark had never mentioned it. Curiosity got the better of me. I grabbed a screwdriver, pried it open, and found a stack of letters, photos, and a birth certificate. My hands shook as I read the name on the certificate, Lily Marie, born 3 years ago. Mother, Lauren. Father, Mark. My heart stopped. A child. They had a child. Not just a one-night mistake, but a living, breathing secret they'd kept from me for years. I sat there on the cold garage floor, the papers scattered around me, my world collapsing all over again. The betrayal wasn't just an affair, it was a life they'd built behind my back. A daughter. My niece. My husband's daughter. The photos showed her, a beautiful little girl with Mark's eyes and Lauren's smile. They'd taken her to parks, birthday parties, places I'd never been. They'd created memories without me, a whole hidden world. I felt like a fool, forgiving them, believing their lies, while they'd been raising a child together. I haven't confronted them yet. I don't know how. Every time I look at Mark, I see that little girl's face. Every time I think of Lauren, I hear her voice saying, "It didn't mean anything." How could it not mean anything when there's a child? I'm stuck, torn between rage and heartbreak, between protecting my kids and tearing everything apart. What do I do? How do I face this? How do I live with the fact that the two people I loved most have been lying to me for years? The garage felt like a tomb, the air thick with dust and betrayal. I sat there for hours, the birth certificate crumpled in my hand, Lily's name burning into my brain. My mind raced, piecing together the timeline. 3 years ago. Mark had been working late, a lot back then, always with some vague excuse about a big project. Lauren had been living in a nearby city, popping in and out of our lives like she always did. I remembered her being quieter that year, less vibrant, always dodging questions about her personal life. I'd thought she was just stressed. Now I knew why. They'd been hiding a child, a whole human being, from me. My husband and my sister had built a secret family, and I'd been too naive to see it. I didn't sleep that night. I couldn't. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw Lily's face from the photos, her tiny hands clutching a balloon at a birthday party I hadn't been invited to. Mark slept soundly next to me, oblivious to the storm brewing inside me. I wanted to shake him awake, scream at him, demand answers. But I didn't. I needed to know more before I faced him. I needed to understand the depth of their lies. So, I started digging. The next morning, after Mark left for work and the kids were at school, I went back to the garage. The metal case was still there, a Pandora's box of secrets. I sifted through the letters. Most were from Lauren to Mark, written in her loopy handwriting. They weren't love letters, not exactly. They were practical, almost clinical, discussing schedules, doctor's appointments, and Lily's milestones. She took her first steps today, one read. You should have seen her smile. My heart twisted. Mark had been there, involved, while I was at home raising our kids, clueless. There were receipts, too, daycare payments, pediatrician bills, all in Mark's name. He'd been funding this secret life, using money from our joint account, money I thought was going to our family. I felt sick, but I kept going. I logged into Mark's old laptop, the one he never used anymore, and guessed his password, our anniversary, because of course it was. His email was a goldmine. Messages between him and Lauren, carefully worded to avoid suspicion, but clear enough to confirm everything. They'd been coordinating for years, meeting up when I thought he was at work or Lauren was out of town. There was even an email from a lawyer about custody arrangements, dated last year. Custody. They'd planned for a future where Lily was a permanent part of their lives, and I was still in the dark. By noon, I was shaking with rage, but I wasn't done. I called Lauren. She picked up on the second ring, her voice hesitant. Jess? I didn't expect to hear from you. I didn't waste time with pleasantries. I know about Lily, I said, my voice cold, steady, though I felt like I was falling apart. There was a long pause, then a sharp intake of breath. Jess, I can explain, she started, but I cut her off. Don't. Just tell me where you are. I'm coming to you. She stammered, tried to protest, but I hung up. I didn't want her excuses over the phone. I wanted to look her in the eyes. Lauren lived an hour away, in a small apartment she'd moved into after her last breakup. I drove in silence, my mind a battlefield of memories and questions. How had I missed this? Were there signs I'd ignored? I thought back to 3 years ago, when Lauren had stayed with us for a few months, saying she needed a break from her chaotic life. She'd been sick a lot, always tired. I'd chalked it up to stress, maybe depression. Now I realized she'd been pregnant. Pregnant with Mark's child, under my roof, while I cooked her meals and told her everything would be okay. When I got to her apartment, she opened the door before I could knock, her face pale, eyes red from crying. Jess, I'm so sorry, she whispered, but I pushed past her, stepping into the cramped living room. There were toys scattered on the floor, a tiny pair of sneakers by the couch. Lily wasn't there, Lauren said she was at daycare, but her presence was everywhere. Photos on the fridge, a drawing of a rainbow taped to the wall. My niece. My husband's daughter. I turned to Lauren, my voice trembling. How could you do this to me? Not just the affair, but a child? You let me forgive you, let me think it was one mistake, while you were raising her? Lauren collapsed onto the couch, sobbing. It wasn't supposed to happen like this. The affair was a mistake, I swear. But when I found out I was pregnant, I didn't know what to do. I couldn't tell you. I thought it would destroy you. Destroy me? I laughed, a bitter, hollow sound. And lying for 3 years didn't? You watched me try to rebuild my marriage, knowing you had a daughter with my husband. She flinched, but I didn't stop. Did you think I'd never find out? Did you think you could just keep her a secret forever? She looked down, her hands twisting in her lap. Mark wanted to tell you. He did. But I begged him not to. I was scared you'd hate me, that you'd cut me out of your life. And Lily, she's innocent, Jess. I didn't want her to grow up without a father. Her words hit me like a punch. She was protecting her daughter, their daughter, while I was left to pick up the pieces of their betrayal. I wanted to scream, to break something, but instead, I asked the question burning in my chest. Does she know who her father is? Lauren hesitated, then nodded. She calls him Daddy when he visits. But she doesn't understand, she's only 3. My vision blurred with tears. Daddy. Mark was her daddy, just like he was to Emma and Noah. I felt like I was losing him all over again, not just as a husband but as the father of my children. I stood up, my legs shaky. I need time, I said, my voice barely audible. Don't call me. Don't text me. I'll reach out when I'm ready. She nodded, tears streaming down her face, but I didn't care. I walked out, got in my car, and drove home, the weight of it all crushing me. Back home, I sat in the kitchen, staring at the photos from the metal case. Lily's smile was so much like Emma's, it hurt to look at her. I didn't know what to do next. Confront Mark? Leave him? Tell the kids? The thought of Emma and Noah finding out their father had another daughter made my stomach turn. But keeping it a secret felt like betraying them, too. I was trapped, caught between protecting my family and facing the truth. All I knew was that the life I thought I had was gone, and I had to decide what to do with the pieces. I drove home from Lauren's apartment in a daze, the road blurring through tears I didn't realize I was shedding. My hands gripped the steering wheel so tightly my fingers ached, but it was the only thing keeping me grounded. The image of Lily's tiny sneakers by the couch haunted me, a reminder of the life Mark and Lauren had built without me. I kept replaying Lauren's words, she calls him Daddy. My husband wasn't just a cheater, he was a father to another child, someone else's daughter, while I'd been pouring my heart into saving our marriage. The betrayal wasn't just a moment anymore, it was a parallel life, one they'd hidden from me with surgical precision. When I got home, the house was quiet. The kids were still at school, and Mark wouldn't be back for hours. I sat at the kitchen table, the metal case open in front of me, its contents spread out like evidence in a trial. The birth certificate, the letters, the photos, they were proof of a truth I couldn't unsee. I wanted to burn it all, to erase the reality of Lily, but I couldn't. She was real. She was 3 years old, with Mark's eyes and Lauren's smile, and no matter how much it hurt, she wasn't the one who'd lied to me. I spent the afternoon piecing together more of the puzzle. I went through Mark's bank statements, something I hadn't done in years because I'd trusted him. There they were, regular withdrawals, small enough not to raise suspicion, labeled as miscellaneous expenses. But now I knew, daycare payments, pediatrician bills, even a monthly transfer to Lauren's account labeled consulting fees. Consulting fees. The audacity of it made my blood boil. He'd been funneling our money for our family, to support his secret daughter. I felt like a fool, not just for forgiving him but for believing we could rebuild trust while he was living a double life. When Mark came home, I was ready. I'd hidden the case and its contents in my closet, not wanting him to know I'd found it yet. I needed to see how far he'd go to keep lying. He walked in, loosening his tie, and gave me that cautious smile he'd been wearing since the affair came out. "Hey, babe," he said, leaning to kiss my cheek. I flinched, and his smile faltered. "Rough day?" he asked, like everything was normal. I wanted to scream, but I kept my voice steady. "Yeah. Just thinking about us. About trust." His eyes flickered with something, guilt, maybe, but he nodded. "I know it's hard, Jess. I'm trying. I'll keep trying." I couldn't stand his act anymore. "Mark," I said, my voice sharp enough to cut through his facade, "is there anything else you need to tell me? Anything you're still hiding?" His face went pale, and for a split second, I saw panic. But then he recovered, shaking his head. "No, Jess. I've told you everything. I swear. Everything. The word felt like a slap. I wanted to throw the birth certificate in his face, to demand why he'd lied about a child, but something held me back. Maybe it was fear of what his confession would mean for our kids, for me, for the life we'd built. Instead, I nodded, letting him think I believed him. Okay, I said, my voice hollow. I just needed to hear it. That night, I lay awake next to him, his steady breathing a cruel contrast to the chaos in my head. I kept thinking about Lily. Did she know about me? About Emma and Noah? Did she ask why her daddy only visited sometimes? The thought of her growing up in the shadow of our family's lies made my chest ache. She was innocent, but she was also a living reminder of their betrayal. I hated how much I wanted to meet her, to see if she really had Mark's eyes, to hear her laugh. I hated that part of me already cared about her, even as I burned with anger at her parents. The next day, I made a decision. I couldn't keep living in this limbo, pretending everything was fine while their secret ate me alive. I called a lawyer, not for divorce, not yet, but to understand my options. She was kind but direct. If there's a child involved, she said, it complicates things. You'll need proof of paternity, financial records, and a clear plan for what you want: custody, support, or separation. Custody. The word hit me hard. Emma and Noah were my world, but now there was another child in the equation, one who called my husband daddy. I thanked the lawyer and hung up, my head spinning. I needed to talk to someone, but I couldn't face my friends. They'd ask too many questions, and I wasn't ready to air this publicly. Instead, I called my mom. She'd always been my rock, even when Lauren and I were kids fighting over toys or attention. I drove to her house, an hour away, and spilled everything. The affair, the forgiveness, the secret child. She listened quietly, her face tightening with every word. When I finished, she took my hand, her grip firm. Jessica, you don't owe them your silence. They've taken enough from you. But you need to think about Emma and Noah. Whatever you do, make sure it protects them. Her words stuck with me. Protecting my kids was my priority, but how? Did I confront Mark and risk tearing our family apart? Did I tell Emma and Noah the truth, knowing it could shatter their trust in their father? Or did I keep quiet, carrying the weight of their secret to keep our family intact? I drove home with no answers, just a growing sense of dread. When I pulled into the driveway, Mark's car was there, earlier than usual. My heart sank. Something was wrong. I walked inside to find him sitting on the couch, his head in his hands. He looked up, his eyes red, and I knew he knew. Jess, he said, his voice breaking, Lauren called me. She told me you found out about Lily. The room spun. I'd wanted to control this moment, to confront him on my terms, but Lauren had taken that from me, too. I stood frozen, waiting for his next words, knowing they'd change everything. The air in the living room felt suffocating, like the walls were closing in. Mark sat on the couch, his head still in his hands, his shoulders hunched as if he could shrink away from the truth. Jess, he said again, his voice raw, I didn't want you to find out like this. I stood there, rooted to the spot, my heart pounding so loud I could barely hear him. Find out like this? As if there was a right way to learn your husband and sister had a secret child. I wanted to scream, to throw something, but my body wouldn't move. All I could do was stare at him, the man I'd loved for over a decade, now a stranger unraveling my life. Why didn't you tell me? I finally said, my voice low, trembling with rage. You let me forgive you. You let me think it was just one night, one mistake. But a child, Mark? A child? He flinched, his eyes darting to the floor. I wanted to, he said, his words tumbling out in a rush. I swear, Jess, I wanted to tell you. But every time I tried, I couldn't. I saw how much the affair hurt you, how hard you were fighting to keep us together. I didn't want to make it worse. Worse. The word echoed in my head, a bitter laugh escaping my lips. Worse? You think lying about your daughter, our daughter's half-sister, was better? He stood up, pacing now, his hands raking through his hair. It wasn't like that. Lauren and I, we didn't plan this. After that night, we swore it would never happen again. Then she found out she was pregnant, and everything got so complicated. She didn't want to keep the baby at first, but I couldn't let her. I couldn't let my child. His voice cracked, and he stopped, his back to me. I felt a pang of something, pity, maybe, but it was drowned out by fury. So you decided to lie to me for 3 years? To sneak around, play daddy to Lily, while I was at home raising our kids. Mark turned, his eyes pleading. I didn't want to lose you, Jess. Or Emma and Noah. I thought I could handle it, keep it separate. I thought I could protect you. Protect me. The irony burned. He'd protected himself, his secret, his other life, while I'd been blindsided by the truth. I took a step closer, my voice steady now. How often did you see her? Lily. How often did you leave us to be with her? He hesitated, and that pause told me everything. A few times a month, he admitted, barely audible. When I said I was working late or out of town, Lauren would bring her to a park or a cafe. I had to see her. I felt like I'd been punched. All those nights I'd waited up, worrying about him, making excuses to the kids about why daddy was late. They weren't for work. They were for Lily. For Lauren. I thought of Emma asking why daddy missed her soccer game, Noah clinging to me when Mark was away. My kids had been collateral damage in his double life. Did you ever think about what this would do to them? I asked, my voice breaking. To Emma and Noah? To me? He looked away, tears in his eyes, but I didn't care. His pain meant nothing to me now. I turned and walked to the kitchen, needing space, needing air. Mark followed, his voice desperate. Jess, please. I love you. I love our family. I know I messed up, but we can fix this. We can figure it out together. I spun around, my anger boiling over. Fix this? You have a daughter with my sister. You've been lying to me for years, stealing from our family to support her. How do we fix that, Mark? He opened his mouth, but no words came out. For the first time, he had nothing to say. I didn't sleep that night. I locked myself in the guest room, staring at the ceiling, trying to make sense of what came next. Part of me wanted to pack a bag, take the kids, and leave. But where would I go? My mom's? A hotel? And what would I tell Emma and Noah? They adored their father. Telling them the truth would break their hearts, but keeping it from them felt like a betrayal of my own. I thought about Lily, too. She was innocent, caught in the middle of this mess. I didn't want to hate her, but every time I thought of her, I saw Mark and Lauren's lies staring back at me. The next morning, I called in sick to work and dropped the kids at school, my face a mask of calm I didn't feel. When I got home, Mark was waiting, his eyes bloodshot, like he hadn't slept either. What do we do now? He asked, his voice small. I didn't have an answer, but I knew one thing. I couldn't keep living in this house, pretending everything was okay. I need space, I said. I'm taking the kids to mom's for a few days. Don't follow us. Don't call me unless it's about Emma or Noah. He nodded, tears streaming down his face, but I felt nothing. I was numb. I packed bags for me and the kids, my hands moving on autopilot. When Emma and Noah got home, I told them we were going to Grandma's for a mini vacation. They were thrilled, oblivious to the storm inside me. As we drove away, I looked in the rearview mirror at our house, the place where I'd thought we were building a life. Now it felt like a lie, every memory tainted. I didn't know if I'd ever come back. At Mom's, I tried to keep things normal for the kids, but every quiet moment brought the weight of it all crashing down. I couldn't stop thinking about Lily, about how she fit into this broken puzzle. Did she deserve to know her siblings? Did Emma and Noah deserve to know their sister? And what about me? Could I ever forgive Mark, or Lauren, for this? I didn't have answers, but one thing was clear, the truth was out, and there was no going back. Mom's house was a sanctuary, but it couldn't shield me from the storm inside. The kids ran off to play in her backyard, their laughter a stark contrast to the chaos in my heart. I sat at her kitchen table, a mug of tea growing cold in my hands, staring at nothing. Mom didn't push me to talk, but her presence, steady, quiet, kept me from falling apart completely. "You don't have to decide everything today," she'd said the night before, when I'd cried myself empty. But the clock was ticking. Every hour I spent avoiding Mark and Lauren felt like a delay of the inevitable. I couldn't hide at Mom's forever, and I couldn't keep the kids in the dark much longer. Emma had already asked why Daddy wasn't with us, her big eyes searching mine for answers I didn't have. I spent the first day there trying to act normal, helping Noah with his puzzles, cheering Emma on as she showed me her cartwheels. But my mind was elsewhere, replaying every moment of the last 3 years, searching for clues I'd missed. The late nights, the work trips, Lauren's sudden move to a new apartment. How had I been so blind? I felt like I'd failed as a wife, a sister, a mother. I'd trusted them, believed their apologies, while they'd woven a web of lies around me. The weight of it was crushing, but beneath the hurt, a spark of anger was growing. They didn't get to destroy me like this. I deserved answers, and I deserved to take back control. By the second day, I knew I had to face Lauren again. Not over the phone, not through tears, but face to face, on my terms. I called her and told her to meet me at a coffee shop halfway between Mom's and her place. "No excuses," I said. "Be there at noon." She didn't argue. When I arrived, she was already there, sitting in a corner booth, her hands wrapped around a mug like it was an anchor. She looked smaller than I remembered, her eyes puffy, her usual confidence gone. For a moment, I felt a pang of the old sisterly instinct to comfort her, but it vanished when I remembered Lily's birth certificate. I sat down, keeping my voice low but firm. "I need the truth, Lauren. All of it. No more half-stories or apologies. How did this happen, and why did you keep it from me?" She took a shaky breath, her eyes fixed on the table. "It started before the night I told you about," she said, her voice barely audible. "It wasn't just once, Jess. It was a few months. We got close when I was staying with you, after my breakup. Mark was there for me, and I was vulnerable. It was wrong, but it felt real. Real." The word hit like a knife. My sister and my husband had a relationship, not just a fling. I gripped the edge of the table, forcing myself to listen. "When I found out I was pregnant," she continued, "I panicked. I told Mark I'd handle it myself, but he wouldn't let me. He said he'd support me, be there for the baby. I moved away to keep it quiet, to protect you." Protect me. There it was again, that hollow excuse. "You didn't protect me," I said, my voice shaking. "You let me think I could trust you again, while you were raising his child. You let me live a lie." Lauren's eyes filled with tears, but she didn't argue. "I know," she whispered. "I was scared. I thought if you knew, you'd hate me forever. And Lily. I couldn't let her grow up without a mom or a dad. I wanted to hate her, to cut her out of my life for good, but her words stirred something else, grief for the sister I thought I knew." "Do you love him?" I asked, dreading the answer. She shook her head quickly. "No. It wasn't about love. It was a mistake that spiraled. I care about him as Lily's father, but that's it." I didn't know if I believed her, but it didn't matter. The damage was done. I leaned forward, my voice steady now. "I need to know what you want. Are you planning to keep this secret forever? Are you and Mark co-parenting behind my back?" She hesitated, then said, "We haven't figured it out. Mark wants to be in Lily's life, but he doesn't want to lose you or the kids. I just want what's best for her. Best for her. What about what was best for me? For Emma and Noah?" I stood up, my chair scraping against the floor. "I'm not making any promises," I said. "But if we're going to move forward, you don't get to make decisions about my family anymore." "I do." Driving back to Mom's, I felt a strange clarity. Lauren's confession didn't erase the pain, but it gave me a piece of the puzzle. Now I needed to confront Mark, to lay everything bare and see if there was anything worth salvaging. When I got back, Mom was waiting with a question in her eyes. "What now?" she asked. I didn't have a full answer, but I knew one thing: I wasn't running anymore. "I'm going home tomorrow," I said. "I need to talk to Mark. And I need to figure out what this means for the kids." That night, I tucked Emma and Noah into bed, their small bodies curled up under Mom's old quilts. Emma grabbed my hand as I kissed her forehead. "Is Daddy coming to Grandma's soon?" she asked. My throat tightened. "Soon, sweetie," I said, forcing a smile. "We're just figuring some things out." As I turned off the light, I made a silent promise: whatever happened, I'd protect them. Even if it meant tearing down the life we'd built. The next morning, I packed the car and drove back home, the kids singing in the back seat, oblivious to the confrontation waiting. When we pulled into the driveway, Mark was there, sitting on the porch steps, looking like he hadn't slept in days. He stood as we approached, his eyes locked on mine, full of fear and hope. "Jess," he said, "can we talk?" I nodded, my heart racing. This was it, the moment that would decide everything. The porch light cast long shadows across Mark's face as he stood there, waiting for me to say something. Emma and Noah ran past him into the house, their chatter about Grandma's cookies fading as the door slammed shut. I stood frozen, my bag slung over my shoulder, the weight of the last few days pressing down on me. Mark's eyes were desperate, searching mine for a sign of what I was feeling, but I didn't even know myself. Anger, grief, exhaustion, they swirled together, making it hard to breathe. "Jess," he said again, his voice soft, like he was afraid I'd break. "Please. Let's talk." I nodded, not trusting my voice, and followed him inside. The kids were already in the living room, engrossed in a cartoon, giving us a fragile bubble of privacy. We sat at the kitchen table, the same place where I'd first confronted him about the affair months ago. It felt like a lifetime had passed since then. I didn't waste time. "I know everything, Mark," I said, my voice steady despite the storm inside. "Lily. The money. The visits. I talked to Lauren. I saw the letters, the photos, the birth certificate. So don't lie to me anymore. Just tell me what you want." He looked like I'd slapped him, his face crumpling. "I don't know how to fix this," he admitted, his hands shaking as he ran them through his hair. "I never meant for it to go this far. When Lauren told me she was pregnant, I panicked. I didn't want to lose you or the kids, but I couldn't. I couldn't abandon Lily. She's my daughter, Jess." His voice broke on the word daughter, and I felt a sharp pang in my chest. Not just for me, but for Emma and Noah, who shared their father with a child they didn't even know existed. "Why didn't you tell me?" I asked, my voice rising despite my effort to stay calm. "You let me believe we were rebuilding, that we could move past the affair. But you were living a whole other life. How could you do that to me? To us?" He leaned forward, his eyes pleading. "I was scared, Jess. I saw how much the affair hurt you. I thought if I told you about Lily, you'd leave me. I thought I could handle it, keep it separate, be there for her without breaking our family apart." Separate. The word made my blood boil. You don't get to compartmentalize a child, Mark. She's not a secret you can tuck away in a box. She's a person. And so am I. He nodded, tears streaming down his face. I know I screwed up. I should have told you from the start. But I love you, Jess. I love Emma and Noah. I don't want to lose you. Love. It felt like an empty word now, a promise he'd broken too many times. I leaned back, crossing my arms, trying to hold myself together. What's your plan, then? Keep sneaking off to see Lily? Keep lying to our kids? To me? Or are you going to be her father out in the open, and what does that mean for us? Mark hesitated, and that pause told me more than his words ever could. He didn't have a plan. He'd been winging it for 3 years, hoping I'd never find out. I want to be in Lily's life, he said finally, his voice barely above a whisper. But I don't want to lose you or the kids. I thought, maybe we could figure out a way to make it work. All of us. All of us. The idea of blending our family with Lily, with Lauren, felt like a punch to the gut. You're asking me to raise your daughter with my sister, I said, my voice shaking. To act like this is normal, like I can just accept it and move on. I'm not saying it's normal, he said quickly. I'm saying we can try. Counseling, maybe. Or we could. I don't know, figure out a way for Lily to be part of our lives without, he trailed off, because there was no good way to finish that sentence. Without Lauren? Without destroying our family? Without me having to face the betrayal every day? I stood up, my chair scraping against the floor. I need time, Mark. I can't do this right now. I'm taking the kids upstairs. Don't follow me. I spent the rest of the evening with Emma and Noah, helping with homework, reading bedtime stories, trying to anchor myself in their normalcy. But every time I looked at them, I saw Lily's face, her smile from the photos. I wondered what she was like, if she laughed like Noah or had Emma's stubborn streak. The thought of her growing up without knowing her siblings, or them not knowing her, tore at me. But the idea of bringing her into our lives, of facing Lauren and Mark's betrayal every day, felt impossible. The next morning, I called my lawyer again. I needed to know my rights, not just for me but for Emma and Noah. She was blunt: if you stay, you'll need a clear agreement on finances, custody, and boundaries. If you leave, you can file for divorce and seek full custody, but Mark's obligations to his other child will factor in. Other child. The words stung, but they were true. Lily was his daughter, too, and no amount of anger could erase that. I spent the day thinking about my options. Leaving felt like freedom, but it meant breaking up my kids' world, forcing them to split time between parents. Staying meant swallowing my pain, trying to rebuild with a man I wasn't sure I could trust. And then there was Lily. I didn't want to punish her for her parents' mistakes, but I didn't know if I could be the bigger person either. I felt trapped, every choice a different kind of loss. That night, as I tucked Noah into bed, he looked up at me, his eyes serious. "Is Daddy in trouble?" he asked. My heart stopped. Kids always know more than you think. "No, sweetie," I lied, brushing his hair back. "We're just working through some grown-up stuff." He nodded, but I could tell he didn't believe me. As I turned off the light, I realized I couldn't keep lying, not to them, not to myself. Something had to give. Noah's question lingered in my mind like a splinter, impossible to ignore. "Is Daddy in trouble?" His small, trusting voice had cut through the noise of my anger and confusion, reminding me that this wasn't just about me or Mark or even Lauren. It was about my kids, their sense of safety, their world. I couldn't keep pretending everything was fine, not when Emma was starting to ask why I was so quiet, not when Noah was picking up on the tension like a storm on the horizon. I had to make a choice, not just for me but for them. But what choice? Every path felt like a betrayal, of myself, of my kids, of the family I thought we were. The next morning, I woke up with a clarity I hadn't felt in days. I couldn't stay in this limbo, half in, half out of my marriage, dodging the truth. Mark was in the kitchen when I came downstairs, making coffee like it was any other day. The normalcy of it infuriated me, the way he could pour cream into his mug while our life was in pieces. I waited until the kids were out of earshot, then sat across from him. "We need to talk about what happens next," I said, my voice steady, though my heart was racing. Not just about us, but about Lily. About Emma and Noah. About everything. Mark set his mug down, his hands trembling slightly. "Okay," he said, his eyes meeting mine for the first time in days. "What do you want, Jess?" "I'll do anything to keep our family together." Anything. The word felt hollow after years of lies, but I pushed forward. "I don't know if we can stay together," I said, the words heavy but true. "But if we're going to try, there are rules. No more secrets. No more sneaking around. If you want to be in Lily's life, it has to be open, transparent. And we need to figure out what this means for our kids." He nodded, his face pale, but I wasn't done. "And Lauren," I added, my voice tightening. "She doesn't get to be part of our lives right now." Not after this. Mark swallowed hard, his eyes dropping to the table. I understand, he said. But Lily, she's my daughter, Jess. I can't walk away from her. I knew that. Deep down, I didn't want him to. Lily wasn't the problem, she was a child, caught in their mess. But the thought of her in our lives, of seeing her and knowing what her existence meant, felt like a wound that wouldn't heal. Then we need to figure out how to do this without destroying Emma and Noah, I said. They deserve to know their sister, but they also deserve to trust us. And right now, I don't trust you. He flinched, but he didn't argue. Instead, he leaned forward, his voice low. What if we told them? Not everything, but enough. That they have a half-sister, that I made a mistake, but we're trying to make it right? The idea made my stomach churn. Emma was only 9, Noah 6. How do you explain something like this to kids? But keeping it from them felt worse, like building their lives on the same lies that had broken mine. I don't know how to do that, I admitted. But we can't keep lying to them. They're already sensing something's wrong. We sat in silence, the weight of the decision pressing down on us. Finally, I said, I want to meet her. Lily. Before we tell the kids anything, I need to see her. Mark's eyes widened, a mix of surprise and relief. Okay, he said quickly. I can arrange it. Lauren can bring her, I cut him off. No. Not with Lauren. Just Lily. I don't want to see her right now. He nodded, understanding, though I could see the strain in his face. This wasn't just about me or him, it was about a little girl who didn't ask for any of this. 2 days later, Mark arranged for Lily to come to a park near our house. Lauren would drop her off with Mark, then leave. I insisted on that. I wasn't ready to face my sister, not after her confession, not after years of lies. When I got to the park, Mark was there with Lily, sitting on a blanket near the playground. She was smaller than I'd imagined, her dark curls bouncing as she chased a butterfly, her laughter high and bright. My breath caught. She looked so much like Emma at that age, but with Mark's eyes, just like in the photos. My heart twisted, part pain, part something softer I didn't want to name. I stayed back at first, watching from a bench. Mark was gentle with her, kneeling to point out a ladybug, his face lit up in a way I hadn't seen in months. Lily giggled, grabbing his hand, and I saw it, the bond. He was her father, not just in name but in every way that mattered. It hurt, but it also made something clear. I couldn't take that away from her, no matter how much I wanted to punish him. When I finally walked over, Lily looked up at me, curious but shy. Hi, she said, her voice small. Are you Daddy's friend? The question stung, but I smiled, crouching to her level. Yeah, I said, my throat tight. I'm Jess. We spent an hour at the park, Lily chattering about butterflies and her favorite cartoon, Mark watching me like he was waiting for me to bolt. I didn't. Not because I was okay, but because I needed to see her, to understand what I was dealing with. When it was time to go, Lily hugged Mark, then turned to me, hesitating before wrapping her arms around my legs. Bye, Jess, she said, and I nearly broke. She wasn't the enemy. She was just a kid. Driving home, I was quiet, Mark stealing glances at me from the passenger seat. Thank you, he said finally. For meeting her. I didn't respond. I wasn't ready to forgive him, to make this easy. But meeting Lily had shifted something in me. She was real, not just a name on a birth certificate. And Emma and Noah deserved to know her, even if it hurt. That night, I lay awake, planning my next steps. I'd talked to a therapist about how to tell the kids. I'd set boundaries with Mark, counseling, financial transparency, no contact with Lauren unless it was about Lily. And I'd decide, once and for all, if I could stay in this marriage. The days after meeting Lily were a blur, each one a tightrope walk between holding it together for the kids and grappling with the reality of my fractured life. I couldn't stop seeing her face, those wide, curious eyes, her small hand clutching a dandelion as she handed it to me with a shy smile. She was innocent, a bright spot in this mess, but every thought of her brought me back to Mark and Lauren's betrayal. I'd agreed to try to figure out a way forward, but the weight of that decision felt heavier every day. Could I really stay with a man who'd lied to me for years? Could I build a life that included Lily without losing myself? I booked an appointment with a family therapist, someone who specialized in blended families and trauma. I needed help navigating this, not just for me but for Emma and Noah. The idea of telling them about Lily terrified me. They were so young, their world still small and safe. How do you explain to a 9-year-old and a 6-year-old that their dad has another daughter, one he'd kept secret? I spent hours researching online, reading forums on Reddit, posts from people in similar situations, parents trying to explain affairs and half-siblings to kids. The stories were heartbreaking, but they gave me a script, a way to start. Mark was trying harder than ever. He'd stopped the secret bank transfers, showed me every email and text between him and Lauren, and started seeing a therapist of his own. "I want to be better," he'd say, his voice thick with guilt. "For you, for the kids, for all of us." I wanted to believe him, but trust was a fragile thing, and ours was in pieces. Still, I saw the effort, the way he'd sit with Noah to build Lego sets, the way he'd braid Emma's hair before school. He was fighting for us, but I wasn't sure it was enough. The therapist's office was a small, warm space with soft chairs and a box of tissues on every table. Dr. Ellis, a woman with kind eyes and a no-nonsense voice, listened as I poured out the whole story, the affair, the forgiveness, the secret child. Mark sat beside me, quiet, letting me speak. When I finished, she leaned forward. "This is a lot, Jessica. You're carrying a tremendous burden. Let's start with the kids. They're your priority, yes?" I nodded, my throat tight. "Then we need to be honest with them, in an age-appropriate way. They'll sense the tension if you don't, and that can do more harm than the truth." She walked us through how to talk to Emma and Noah, suggesting we keep it simple. "Daddy made a mistake, he has another daughter, and we're working to make things right. No details about the affair, no blame toward Lauren. Protect their relationship with their father," Dr. Ellis said. "And give them space to ask questions." Mark agreed, his face pale but determined. I wasn't sure I was ready, but I knew she was right. The kids deserved the truth, or at least a version of it they could understand. That weekend, we sat Emma and Noah down in the living room. My heart was pounding, my hands clammy as I held Mark's for the first time in weeks, not out of love, but for strength. "Guys," I started, my voice shaky, "we need to tell you something important." Emma's eyes narrowed, already suspicious, while Noah hugged a stuffed dinosaur, oblivious. Mark took a deep breath. "You know how much we love you, right? Well, Daddy has another daughter, a little girl named Lily. She's your half-sister." Emma frowned, her brow furrowing. "What do you mean, another daughter? Like, from before us?" I shook my head, sticking to the script. "No, sweetie. Daddy made a mistake a few years ago, and Lily was born. We're telling you because we want to be honest, and we're figuring out how she can be part of our family." Noah looked confused, but Emma's face hardened. "Is she why you've been fighting?" she asked, her voice sharp. I glanced at Mark, who nodded. "Part of it," I said. "But we're working on it. We love you both so much, and that won't change." Noah started to cry, not because he understood but because he felt the weight of the moment. Emma, though, was angry. "So you have another kid we didn't know about? That's not fair." She stormed to her room, slamming the door. I followed, my heart breaking, and sat on her bed as she buried her face in her pillow. "I hate this," she mumbled. "Why did Daddy do that?" I didn't have a good answer, so I just held her, whispering that we'd figure it out together. Noah came around faster, asking if Lily liked dinosaurs, but Emma's anger lingered, a mirror of my own. The next few days were tense. Emma gave Mark the cold shoulder, and Noah kept asking when he'd meet Lily. I felt like I was holding our family together with tape and string, but I kept going, scheduling more therapy, setting boundaries with Mark, avoiding Lauren's calls. Then, a week later, Lauren texted me. "I know you don't want to talk, but Lily keeps asking about Jess from the park. Can we meet? Just to talk about her?" I stared at the message, torn. I didn't want to see Lauren, but Lily was a reality I couldn't ignore. For Emma and Noah's sake, for my own, I needed to face this head-on. I agreed to meet her at the same coffee shop, but this time, I set the terms. No Mark, no Lily, just us. When I walked in, Lauren looked nervous, her hands fidgeting with a napkin. "Thank you for coming," she said, her voice small. I didn't respond, just sat down and waited. "I know I've hurt you," she started, "and I'll never forgive myself. But Lily's asking about you, and I don't know what to tell her." I took a deep breath, my anger flaring but controlled. "Tell her the truth," I said. "That I'm her stepmom, and we're figuring things out. But Lauren, this doesn't mean we're okay. You broke my trust, and I don't know if I can ever get that back." She nodded, tears in her eyes. "I know. I just want what's best for Lily." So did I, but I also wanted what was best for my kids, for me. I left the coffee shop with no promises, just a plan to keep moving forward, one painful step at a time. Walking out of the coffee shop, I felt a strange mix of relief and exhaustion. Talking to Lauren hadn't fixed anything, but it was a step toward what, I wasn't sure. The drive home was quiet, the radio off, my thoughts loud enough to fill the silence. I kept seeing Lily's face, her shy smile when she'd handed me that dandelion at the park. She was a piece of this puzzle I couldn't ignore, no matter how much it hurt. But every step toward including her in our lives felt like wading deeper into the betrayal. I was torn between protecting my kids and acknowledging a little girl who deserved a place in the world, too. When I got home, Mark was in the living room, helping Noah with a puzzle while Emma sat on the couch, her arms crossed, still radiating anger. I could feel the tension, the fragile balance we were all trying to maintain. Mark looked up, his eyes hopeful but cautious. "How'd it go?" he asked, keeping his voice low so the kids wouldn't hear. I shrugged, not ready to unpack it. "We talked. About Lily. Nothing's decided." He nodded, but I could see the question in his eyes. "Are we going to make it?" I didn't have an answer for him, not yet. That night, I sat down with Emma alone. She'd been distant since we told her about Lily, her usual chatter replaced by one-word answers and glares at Mark. I found her in her room, sketching in her notebook, her pencil moving furiously across the page. "Hey, sweetie," I said, sitting on the edge of her bed. "Can we talk?" She didn't look up, but her pencil slowed. "I know you're mad about Lily," I continued, choosing my words carefully. "And you have every right to be. This is a lot. But I want you to know you can talk to me about anything, how you're feeling, what you're thinking." She finally looked at me, her eyes wet. "It's not fair, Mom. Why did Dad do that? Why do we have to share him with some other kid?" My heart ached at the hurt in her voice, the same hurt I carried. "It's not fair," I agreed, pulling her close. "And I'm mad, too. But Lily's not to blame. She's just a little girl, like you were a few years ago. We're trying to figure out how to make this work for everyone." Emma sniffled, leaning into me. "Will she live with us?" she asked. The question caught me off guard, and I realized I hadn't even considered it. "I don't know," I said honestly. "But whatever happens, you and Noah come first. Always." The next day, I called Dr. Ellis, the therapist, to schedule a family session. I needed help guiding Emma and Noah through this, and Mark and I needed a neutral space to figure out our next steps. The session was raw, emotional. Emma vented her anger, Noah asked innocent questions about whether Lily liked to play hide and seek, and Mark sat there, absorbing their pain, his guilt written all over his face. Dr. Ellis suggested a slow introduction to Lily, maybe a playdate with the kids, supervised by Mark and me, no Lauren. "Build a connection at their pace," she said. "Let them lead." It sounded reasonable, but the thought of it made my stomach knot. A week later, we arranged the playdate at a local park. Mark picked Lily up from Lauren's, and I braced myself as we drove. Emma was quiet, clutching her sketchbook, while Noah bounced with excitement, asking if Lily would bring toys. When we arrived, Lily was already there with Mark, sitting on a swing, her legs kicking in the air. She waved when she saw us, her smile bright but tentative. I took a deep breath and led the kids over, my heart pounding. "Emma, Noah, this is Lily," I said, my voice steadier than I felt. "She's your half-sister." Noah ran to her immediately, offering her a toy truck from his backpack. Lily giggled, taking it, and they were off, chasing each other around the playground. Emma hung back, watching, her arms crossed. I sat beside her on a bench, giving her space. "You don't have to like her right away," I said softly. "Just give it time." She nodded, her eyes fixed on Lily and Noah. After a while, she walked over, offering Lily a crayon from her sketchbook. It was a small gesture, but it felt like a crack in the wall she'd built. Mark and I watched from a distance, the air between us heavy with unspoken words. "Thank you," he said quietly, "for doing this. I know it's not easy." I didn't respond, because it wasn't easy, it was excruciating. But seeing Noah laugh with Lily, seeing Emma take that first step, made me think maybe, just maybe, we could find a way through this. Not for Mark, not for Lauren, but for the kids, all three of them. That night, I sat down with Mark and laid out my terms. If we were going to stay together, he had to be all in, no more secrets, no more half-truths. He'd need to rebuild trust with me and the kids, step by step. And Lauren, she was out of our lives, except as Lily's mother. No family dinners, no casual visits. Mark agreed, his voice earnest. "I'll do whatever it takes, Jess. I swear." I wanted to believe him, but I wasn't there yet. Trust wasn't a switch I could flip. Over the next few weeks, we settled into a fragile new normal. Lily came for playdates once a week, always at neutral places like the park or a museum. Emma warmed to her slowly, teaching her to draw, while Noah treated her like a built-in playmate. I watched them, torn between love for their growing bond and pain at what it represented. I kept seeing the therapist, working through my anger, my grief. Mark did, too, and we started couples counseling, though every session felt like peeling back another layer of hurt. One night, after the kids were asleep, I found myself looking at a photo from the park, Emma, Noah, and Lily, laughing together on a slide. For the first time, I felt a flicker of hope, not for Mark and me, but for them. They were the reason I was still here, still fighting. I didn't know if I could forgive Mark, or if I'd ever trust Lauren again, but I knew I'd do whatever it took to protect my kids, and maybe, in time, to give Lily a place in our lives. The photo of Emma, Noah, and Lily on the slide became a kind of anchor for me, something to hold on to when the doubts crept in. It wasn't just the kids' laughter frozen in that moment, it was the possibility of something better, a future where they could be siblings, not just casualties of Mark and Lauren's mistakes. But getting there felt like climbing a mountain with no summit in sight. Every step forward, every playdate, every therapy session, was shadowed by the pain of what had been, and the uncertainty of what could be. I was trying to rebuild, not just for me but for them, but the cracks in my marriage, in my trust, were still raw. Mark was doing everything he could to prove he was committed. He'd set up a separate account for Lily's expenses, transparent with every penny, and sent me weekly updates on his therapy progress. He'd stopped all contact with Lauren except for brief, logistical texts about Lily's visits, which he forwarded to me unprompted. In couples counseling, he was open, raw, owning his mistakes in a way I hadn't seen before. "I know I broke us," he said in one session, his voice thick with regret. "But I'll spend the rest of my life trying to make it right." I wanted to believe him, but every time I looked at him, I saw Lily's eyes, Lauren's smile, and the years of lies they'd woven together. Emma and Noah were adjusting, slowly. Noah had taken to Lily like she was a new toy, always asking when she'd come over next, what games they'd play. Emma was harder to read. She'd softened toward Lily, sharing crayons and teaching her to braid friendship bracelets, but she still carried a quiet resentment toward Mark. "Why does he get to mess up and still be dad?" she asked me one night, her voice sharp with the wisdom of a child who sees too much. I didn't have a good answer, just hugged her and said, "We're all figuring this out, sweetie. But I'm here, and I'll always be here." It wasn't enough, but it was all I had. The playdates with Lily continued, carefully structured to keep things light. We stuck to public places, parks, the zoo, an ice cream shop, where the kids could bond without the weight of our home's tension. I watched them closely, searching for signs of strain, but they were resilient, finding joy in small moments. Lily was a whirlwind of energy, her laughter infectious, and I found myself warming to her despite the ache in my chest. She'd tug at my hand, asking me to push her on the swing, and I'd do it, feeling like I was betraying myself and yet unable to stop. She wasn't the problem. She was just a kid, caught in a mess she didn't create. But Lauren was still a shadow over everything. I'd kept her at arm's length, refusing her calls, responding to her texts with curt replies about Lily's schedule. I wasn't ready to forgive her, maybe never would be. Yet I knew she was part of this equation, whether I liked it or not. Lily needed her mother, just as Emma and Noah needed me. One afternoon, during a playdate at the park, Lauren showed up unannounced. Mark had taken the kids to get ice cream, leaving me on a bench, scrolling through my phone to avoid my thoughts. I looked up to see her standing there, her hands stuffed in her pockets, her face a mix of guilt and determination. "Jess, I know you didn't want to see me," she said, her voice shaky. But I had to try. I stood, my body tensing, ready to walk away. "You don't get to just show up, Lauren," I said, my voice low but sharp. "I told you I needed space." She nodded, tears already forming. "I know. I'm sorry. But Lily talks about you all the time, how you push her on the swing, how you helped her draw a butterfly. She loves you, Jess. And I needed to thank you for that." Her words hit me hard, not because they softened my anger but because they complicated it. Lily loved me. And I was starting to love her, too, in a way that scared me. "I'm not doing this for you," I said, my voice cold. "I'm doing it for her. For my kids. You don't get credit for that." Lauren flinched, but she didn't back down. "I know I don't deserve your forgiveness. But I'm trying to do right by Lily. If there's anything I can do to make this easier," she trailed off, and I shook my head. "You can't make this easier. You broke my trust, Lauren. You and Mark. I don't know if I'll ever get past that." She nodded, wiping her eyes. "I'll keep my distance. Just, let me know if you change your mind." She walked away before I could respond, leaving me with a mix of rage and grief I couldn't untangle. When Mark and the kids came back, I didn't tell him about Lauren's visit. I didn't want to give her that power, to let her disrupt the fragile progress we were making. Instead, I focused on the kids, laughing with them over melting ice cream cones, pushing Lily on the swing when she asked. But Lauren's words stayed with me, gnawing at the edges of my resolve. Lily loved me. And I was starting to see her not just as Mark and Lauren's daughter, but as a part of our family, a part one hadn't chosen, but one I couldn't reject. That night, in therapy, I brought it up. "I saw Lauren today," I said, my voice steady but my hands clenched. "She thanked me for being there for Lily. And I hate that it matters to me." Dr. Ellis nodded, her pen pausing. "It's okay to care about Lily, Jessica. It doesn't mean you're forgiving Lauren or Mark. It means you're human. Human." The word felt like a lifeline. I wasn't ready to forgive, but I could love Emma, Noah, even Lily, without losing myself. Maybe that was enough for now. As we drove home, Mark reached for my hand, and for the first time in weeks, I didn't pull away. It wasn't forgiveness, not yet, but it was a start. I looked in the rearview mirror at Emma and Noah, asleep in the back seat, and thought of Lily, probably curled up in her own bed. They were the reason I was still here, still fighting. And maybe, just maybe, I was strong enough to build something new, not the family I'd planned, but one that could hold us all. Holding Mark's hand in the car felt like a small surrender, not to him but to the possibility of moving forward. It wasn't forgiveness, my heart still ached with the weight of his betrayal, but it was an acknowledgement that I wasn't ready to give up entirely. Not yet. The kids were asleep in the back seat, their soft breathing a reminder of why I was still here, still trying. Emma's sketchbook was tucked beside her, a new drawing of Lily pinned to the page, and Noah's toy dinosaur rested in his lap, a gift he'd promised to share with his half-sister next time. They were building bridges I hadn't expected, and it gave me a flicker of hope, fragile but real. Back home, I tucked the kids into bed, lingering in their rooms longer than usual. Emma stirred as I kissed her forehead, murmuring, "Is Lily coming over again?" I nodded, smoothing her hair. "Yeah, sweetie. We'll see her soon." Her sleepy smile eased the knot in my chest, but it didn't erase the bigger question. What did this mean for our family? For me and Mark? For Lauren, who hovered on the edges of my life like a ghost I couldn't banish? The next morning, I woke early, the house quiet except for the hum of the coffee maker. Mark was already up, sitting at the kitchen table with a stack of papers, financial records, therapy notes, a calendar of Lily's visits. He'd been meticulous since our last talk, trying to prove he could be transparent. "I made a schedule," he said, sliding it toward me. "For Lily's time with us. I thought we could start small, 1 weekend a month, maybe, so the kids can get used to her." I scanned the calendar, the neat boxes marking out days for a child who was both a stranger and family. It felt surreal, but it was a start. "Okay," I said, my voice neutral. "But we talked to the kids first. They get a say." We sat them down that afternoon, after lunch. Noah was bouncing, eager to talk about Lily, while Emma was quieter, her arms crossed but her eyes curious. "We're thinking Lily could spend some time with us here," I said, watching their faces. "Maybe a weekend every now and then. What do you think?" Noah grinned. "Can she sleep in my room? I'll show her my dinosaurs." Emma didn't answer right away, her fingers tracing the edge of her sleeve. "Will she have her own room?" she asked finally. "Or is she just visiting?" The question hit me hard, because it was my question, too. Was Lily a permanent part of our lives, or a guest passing through? "We'll figure that out together," I said, glancing at Mark. For now, she'd visit, like a playdate but longer. Emma nodded, not fully convinced but willing to try. It was enough for now. We agreed on a trial run, a Saturday with Lily at our house, just the 5 of us. No Lauren, no complications. I wasn't ready to see her again, not after her uninvited appearance at the park. Mark texted her the plan, and she agreed, her response short and respectful, "Whatever's best for Lily." "Thank you, Jess." The weekend came faster than I expected. I spent the days leading up to it cleaning the house, rearranging the guest room for Lily, my hands busy to keep my mind from spiraling. When Mark brought her over, she ran in with a backpack slung over her shoulder, her eyes wide as she took in the house. "Is this where Emma and Noah live?" she asked, her voice bright. I nodded, forcing a smile. "Yeah, and you're visiting today. Want to see their toys?" She squealed, following Noah to his room, where he proudly showed off his dinosaur collection. Emma hung back, but when Lily asked her to draw a T-Rex, she softened, pulling out her sketchbook. The day wasn't perfect. There were awkward moments, Lily calling Mark Daddy in front of Emma, who stiffened, Noah getting jealous when Lily played with his favorite toy, me catching myself staring at her, searching for traces of Mark and Lauren. But there were good moments, too, Lily and Noah giggling over a board game, Emma teaching her how to braid a doll's hair. By the time Mark took her back to Lauren's, I was exhausted but strangely calm. The kids had survived. We'd survived. That night, Mark and I sat on the couch, the house quiet again. "It went okay, right?" he asked, his voice hopeful. I nodded, sipping my tea. "It was a start. But this doesn't mean we're okay, Mark. It just means I'm trying." He reached for my hand, and this time, I let him hold it. "I know," he said. "And I'm grateful for every chance you give me." I didn't respond, but I felt a shift, small but significant. I wasn't staying for him, not yet. I was staying for Emma, Noah, and maybe even Lily. For the family we could be, if I could find a way to heal. Over the next month, we settled into a rhythm. Lily's visits became a regular part of our lives, once every 2 weeks. Emma started calling her Lils, and Noah made her a dinosaur drawing to hang in her room at Lauren's. I kept my distance from Lauren, communicating through Mark, but I could feel her presence, a quiet shadow in the background. In therapy, I worked through my anger, not just at Mark and Lauren but at myself for not seeing the signs sooner. Dr. Ellis was blunt. You're allowed to be angry, Jessica. But don't let it define you. You're building something new, and that takes strength. One evening, as I tucked Lily into the guest room during a visit, she looked up at me, her eyes sleepy but serious. "Are you my mommy, too?" she asked. My heart stopped, the question catching me off guard. I took a deep breath, brushing her curls back. "I'm your Jess," I said softly. "And I'm here for you, okay?" She nodded, satisfied, and drifted off. I sat there for a long time, tears in my eyes, realizing I was starting to love her, not as a replacement for Lauren, but as someone who mattered to me, to us. The road ahead was still uncertain. I didn't know if I'd ever fully trust Mark again, or if Lauren and I could rebuild what we'd lost. But as I looked at the kids' drawings on the fridge, Emma's, Noah's, and now Lily's, I felt a quiet resolve. This wasn't the family I'd planned, but it was the one I had. And I'd fight for it, not out of obligation, but because love, even when it's messy, is worth it. Story 4. My father disowned me for marrying the wrong person, but now he needs a kidney donor. The phone call came at 2 a.m., the kind of hour where nothing good ever happens. I was half asleep, tangled in sheets, when the screen lit up with an unknown number. My heart sank before I even answered. Deep down, I knew who it was. I hadn't heard his voice in 6 years, not since the day he screamed at me in front of my new husband, calling me a disgrace, a failure, a daughter who'd thrown away everything he'd ever given me. My father. The man who'd raised me, shaped me, and then disowned me because I married the wrong person. Now, here he was, leaving a voicemail that trembled with desperation. "Clara," he said, his voice thinner than I remembered, "I need to talk to you. It's urgent. Please." I sat there in the dark, my thumb hovering over the delete button, my chest tight with a mix of rage and something softer, something I didn't want to name. He needed a kidney donor. And I was his last hope. I was 22 when it all fell apart. Growing up, I was the golden child, straight A's, debate team captain, the girl who'd make my parents proud. My dad, Richard, was a man who thrived on control. He was a lawyer, sharp and unyielding, the kind of person who could make you feel small with a single glance. My mom, Ellen, was softer, but she lived in his shadow, always nodding along to his plans for me. They had my life mapped out, Ivy League college, law school, a corner office by 30. I'd marry someone worthy, their word, not mine, someone from their circle of country club friends, with a pedigree and a portfolio to match. I never questioned it. Not until I met Ethan. Ethan was everything my parents despised. He was a carpenter, hands calloused from years of working with wood, his pickup truck always dusted with sawdust. He didn't have a degree, didn't care about stock markets or networking events. But he had this laugh, God, it was like sunlight breaking through clouds. We met at a coffee shop where I was cramming for finals, and he was sketching furniture designs on a napkin. He asked me out, and I said yes before I could overthink it. For the first time, I felt like I could breathe. With Ethan, I wasn't Clara, the perfect daughter. I was just Clara. We dated in secret for months. I knew my parents would never approve. When I finally brought him to dinner, it was like walking into a courtroom. My dad grilled him, his job, his family, his prospects. Ethan answered calmly, but I could see the storm brewing in my dad's eyes. Afterward, he pulled me aside. "He's beneath you," he said, his voice cold as steel. "End it, or you're no daughter of mine." I was stunned. I thought he'd come around, that he'd see how happy Ethan made me. But he didn't. My mom just stood there, silent, wringing her hands. I chose Ethan. We got engaged a year later, and I invited my parents to the wedding, hoping, foolishly, that they'd show up. They didn't. My dad sent a letter instead, formal and typed, like I was a client he was firing. "You've made your choice," it read. "Don't expect to be part of this family anymore." I cried for weeks, but Ethan held me through it. We built a life together, small, messy, but ours. A tiny house with a garden, a dog named Scout, and dreams of kids someday. I thought I'd moved on. But that voicemail brought it all back. The next morning, I played it again. His voice cracked when he said, "Kidney donor." My dad had been diagnosed with kidney failure. His insurance would cover the transplant, but finding a match was the problem. My mom wasn't compatible, and neither were his siblings. I was his best shot, his only shot, maybe. I sat at the kitchen table, staring at my coffee, while Ethan made breakfast. He didn't push, just set a plate of pancakes in front of me and squeezed my shoulder. "You don't owe him anything," he said softly. But it wasn't that simple. My dad had raised me, paid for my braces, my college applications. He'd been there for every scraped knee, every recital. Did I owe him my forgiveness? My kidney? I didn't know. I called my mom first, needing answers. She picked up on the second ring, her voice shaky. "Clara, oh honey, I've missed you." I wanted to believe her, but the last time we'd spoken, she'd sided with him. She told me Dad was on dialysis, that he was getting weaker every day. "He's sorry," she said. "He wants to make things right." I laughed, bitter. "Now? Because he needs something?" She went quiet, then said, "He's still your father." I hung up, my hands trembling. Ethan found me pacing the living room, tears streaming down my face. "What if I say no and he dies?" I whispered. "What if I say yes and he still hates me?" I spent days agonizing. I dug out old photos, me and Dad at my high school graduation, him beaming like I was his whole world. I remembered how he'd stay up late helping me with math homework, how he'd slip extra cash into my purse when I wasn't looking. But I also remembered his ultimatum, the way he'd cut me out without a second thought. I googled kidney donation, reading about the surgery, the risks, the recovery. It wasn't a small thing. I'd be giving up a piece of myself, literally, for a man who'd thrown me away. Yet the guilt gnawed at me. What kind of person lets their father die? I decided to meet him. Not to say yes, but to hear him out. We agreed on a coffee shop, neutral ground. When I walked in, I barely recognized him. He was thinner, his face gray, his eyes sunken. He stood when he saw me, and for a second, I thought he'd hug me. He didn't. We sat, and he started talking, about his illness, the dialysis, the waiting list. He didn't apologize, not really. He just said, "I know I was hard on you, but I wanted the best for you." I waited for more, for some admission of regret, but it never came. Instead, he slid a folder across the table, medical papers, test results, a letter from his doctor. "You're a match," he said, like it was a done deal. I stared at him, my heart pounding. This wasn't a reconciliation. This was a transaction. I left the coffee shop with the folder in my hands, its weight heavier than it should have been. My dad's eyes had followed me as I walked out, but he didn't call after me, didn't say anything to bridge the 6-year chasm between us. I drove home in silence, the medical papers burning a hole in the passenger seat. Ethan was waiting, his brow furrowed as he took one look at my face. "How'd it go?" he asked, pulling me into a hug before I could answer. I buried my face in his chest, the folder still clutched tight, and mumbled. He didn't even say he was sorry. Ethan didn't push, just held me until I was ready to talk. When I finally did, I told him everything, the clinical way my dad laid out his need, the way he assumed I'd say yes, like my kidney was just another thing he was entitled to. Ethan's jaw tightened, but he stayed calm. "What do you want to do, Clara?" he asked. I didn't have an answer. That night, I spread the papers across our dining table, a grim map of my dad's failing health. Blood type compatibility, tissue matching, surgical risks. It was all there, cold and factual. I was a near-perfect match, better than they'd hoped. The letter from his doctor was polite but urgent, outlining how dialysis was only a temporary fix, how a transplant could give him years, maybe decades. I kept reading one line over and over, "The donor's health and well-being are paramount, but the patient's condition is critical." It felt like a plea and a guilt trip all at once. I pushed the papers away and poured a glass of wine, my hands shaking. Ethan sat across from me, quiet, letting me process. He didn't even ask about my life, I said finally. Not about you, not about our home, nothing. Just, his kidney. The next few days were a blur of indecision. I called my mom again, hoping for some clarity, some sign that this wasn't just about saving my dad's life but about fixing what he'd broken. She was softer this time, her voice thick with tears. He's scared, Clara, she said. He won't admit it, but he is. He talks about you sometimes, you know. He regrets how things went. I wanted to believe her, but the words felt hollow. Did he say that, Mom? Or are you just hoping he feels it? I asked. She hesitated, and that was answer enough. I hung up feeling emptier than before. My dad's regret, if it existed, was locked behind his pride, and I wasn't sure I had the strength to pry it open. I started digging into our past, trying to make sense of the man who'd raised me. I pulled out old journals from college, letters I'd written but never sent. One was from the night after he disowned me, pages filled with my hurt and anger. I'd written, he thinks love is a contract, something you earn by following his rules. Reading it now, I felt that same ache. My dad had always seen me as an extension of his legacy, not a person with my own choices. Marrying Ethan wasn't just a betrayal in his eyes, it was a rejection of everything he'd built. I wondered if he'd ever loved me for me, or if I'd only been valuable as long as I played my part. Ethan suggested I talk to someone outside the family, so I booked a session with a therapist. She was kind, older, with a voice that felt like a warm blanket. I spilled everything, the disownment, the wedding, the voicemail, the coffee shop. She listened, then asked, "What does Clara want?" "Not your dad, not your mom, not Ethan, you." I opened my mouth, but nothing came out. I'd spent so long torn between guilt and anger that I hadn't stopped to ask myself that. She gave me homework, write down what I'd say to my dad if I could say anything, no filter. That night, I filled pages with words I'd never dared speak, how his rejection had shattered me, how I'd built a life without him, how his silence had hurt more than his words. But I also wrote about the good times, the dad who taught me to ride a bike, who'd cheered louder than anyone at my graduation. I cried until my eyes burned, and when Ethan found me, he just held me, no questions asked. A week later, my mom called again. This time, she wasn't alone, my dad was on speaker. His voice was weaker, but the edge was still there. "Clara, I know I messed up," he said. "I was trying to protect you. Ethan, he wasn't what I pictured for you." I waited, my heart pounding, hoping for more. "I'm asking for your help now. I wouldn't if I had another option." My stomach twisted. It wasn't an apology, it was a justification, laced with the same entitlement I'd always known. I told him I needed time, and he sighed, like I was being difficult. My mom jumped in, pleading, "Please, Clara, just think about it. For me." I ended the call before I could say something I'd regret. That night, I had a dream. I was a kid again, sitting on our old porch swing with my dad, his arm around me as we watched the sunset. He was telling me stories about his childhood, laughing in a way I hadn't heard in years. When I woke up, my pillow was wet with tears. I wanted that dad back, the one who'd loved me without conditions. But the man asking for my kidney wasn't him. He was a stranger who'd traded our bond for his pride. I looked at Ethan, sleeping peacefully beside me, and thought about the life we'd built. Did I owe my dad a piece of myself when he discarded all of me? Or was I holding on to anger that was only hurting me? I decided to see him one more time. Not at a coffee shop, but at their house, the place I'd grown up, where every corner held a memory. I needed to see if there was anything left of the family we'd been. Ethan offered to come, but I said no. This was something I had to face alone. When I pulled into the driveway, my mom was waiting at the door, her eyes red. My dad was inside, hooked up to a dialysis machine, looking smaller than I'd ever seen him. For a moment, I was that little girl again, desperate for his approval. Then he spoke, and everything changed. Walking into my childhood home felt like stepping into a photograph, everything familiar, yet frozen in time, tinged with a strangeness that made my skin prickle. The living room smelled of lemon polish and antiseptic, the dialysis machine humming softly in the corner. My dad sat in his old recliner, tubes snaking from his arm, his face gaunt but his eyes still sharp. My mom hovered nearby, offering tea I didn't want, her hands fluttering like she was trying to hold the moment together. I sat on the couch, the same one I'd curled up on as a kid to watch movies with them, and waited for my dad to speak. I wanted something real, an apology, a crack in his armor, anything to show he saw me as more than a means to an end. What I got instead cut deeper than I could have imagined. "Clara," he started, his voice raspy but steady, "I know this isn't easy for you. It's not easy for me either." He paused, glancing at the machine like it was proof of his suffering. "I've had a lot of time to think. I was too hard on you about Ethan. I see that now. But you have to understand, I was trying to give you a future he couldn't." My stomach twisted. It was the closest he'd come to an apology, but it was laced with the same old judgment. Ethan wasn't good enough, never had been, never would be. I bit my lip, waiting for more, but he shifted gears. "The transplant," he said, leaning forward slightly. "The doctors say it's my best chance. You're a match, Clara. You could save my life." His eyes locked onto mine, not pleading, but expectant, like I owed him this. I wanted to scream. 6 years of silence, 6 years of carrying the weight of his rejection, and now he was sitting there, acting like I was the one who'd walked away. "Dad," I said, my voice shaking, "you disowned me. You didn't come to my wedding. You didn't call, didn't write, didn't care. And now you want my kidney?" My mom gasped softly, but my dad's face didn't change. He leaned back, his jaw tight. "I made mistakes," he said. "But I'm your father. I raised you, gave you everything. Doesn't that count for something?" I stared at him, my heart pounding. It was the same argument he'd always used. His sacrifices were a debt I was supposed to repay, no matter what he'd done. I looked at my mom, hoping she'd say something, anything, to bridge the gap. But she just sat there, her hands twisted in her lap, tears welling up. "Clara, please," she whispered. "He's so sick. We're family." That word, family, hit like a slap. Where was family when I was sobbing on my wedding day, staring at the empty seats where they should have been? Where was family when I spent holidays alone, wondering if they even thought of me? I stood up, my hands trembling. "I need air," I said, and walked out to the backyard before either of them could stop me. The old oak tree was still there, the one I'd climbed as a kid, thinking I could touch the sky. I leaned against it, trying to breathe through the anger and hurt. Memories flooded back, my dad pushing me on the swing, teaching me to throw a softball, telling me I could be anything. But those memories were tangled with others, the way he'd shut down any dream that didn't fit his plan, the way he'd made me feel small when I dared to want something different. I thought about Ethan, about the life we'd built, the way he loved me without conditions. I didn't want to lose that, not for a man who only reached out when he needed something. When I went back inside, my dad was waiting. "Clara," he said, softer now, "I don't have much time. The doctors say 6 months, maybe less, without a transplant. I'm not asking for forgiveness. I'm asking for a chance to live." His words hung in the air, heavy and raw. For a second, I saw the dad I'd loved, the one who'd carried me on his shoulders at the county fair. But then I remembered the letter, the one that said I wasn't his daughter anymore. I took a deep breath. "I'll think about it," I said. "But I need you to understand something. You hurt me. You broke something that can't just be fixed because you're sick." He nodded, but I could tell he didn't really get it. My mom reached for my hand, but I pulled away. "I'll call you," I said, and left before I could change my mind. Driving home, I felt like I was unraveling. Ethan was waiting, as always, with Scout curled up at his feet. I told him everything, the words spilling out between sobs. He listened, his hands steady on mine, and when I was done, he asked, "What do you need, Clara?" Not what he needs, what you need. I didn't know. I wanted to let go of the anger, but it was tangled up with love and guilt and 1,000 other things I couldn't name. I spent the next few days researching kidney donation again, talking to doctors, reading forums. The surgery was safe for most donors, but there were risks, complications, recovery time, the chance I'd need my other kidney someday. I thought about our future, about the kids Ethan and I wanted. Could I risk that for a man who'd thrown me away? Then my mom called with news that changed everything. "Clara," she said, her voice barely above a whisper, "there's something you need to know about your dad." She hesitated, like she was standing on the edge of a cliff. "He's been lying to you. To both of us." My heart stopped. "What do you mean?" I asked. She took a shaky breath. "He's known about his condition for years. He could have reached out sooner, but he didn't. And there's more. He's been in touch with someone else. A woman. Not me." The world tilted. My dad, the man who'd preached family and duty, had been keeping secrets. Big ones. And now he was asking for my kidney like it was his right. I hung up, my mind spinning, and looked at Ethan. "I need to know the truth," I said. "All of it." My mom's words echoed in my head like a bad song stuck on repeat. A woman. Not her. I sat on the couch, staring at the phone, my mind racing. Ethan was beside me, his hand on my knee, waiting for me to process. "What do you want to do?" he asked, his voice steady but laced with the same anger I felt. I didn't know. Part of me wanted to storm back to my parents' house and demand answers. Part of me wanted to delete their numbers and pretend the last few weeks never happened. But I couldn't shake the feeling that there was more to this, something bigger, uglier, that would explain why my dad thought he could waltz back into my life and ask for a piece of me. I needed the truth, even if it hurt. So I called my mom back. "Tell me everything," I said, my voice sharper than I meant it to be. She sighed, long and heavy, like she was unloading a weight she'd carried for years. "It started before you got married," she said. "Your dad, he was seeing someone. A paralegal at his firm. Her name's Linda." My stomach lurched. I remembered Linda, young, polished, always lingering a little too long at my dad's office when I'd visit as a teen. My mom kept talking, her voice breaking. "I found out a year before you met Ethan. I confronted him, and he promised it was over. But it wasn't. He's been in touch with her this whole time. Even now, while he's asking for your help." I gripped the phone so hard my knuckles turned white. "Why didn't you tell me?" I asked. She went quiet, then whispered, "I was ashamed. I thought I could fix it." I hung up, my heart pounding so loud I could barely think. Ethan pulled me close, but I was too angry to cry. My dad had spent years preaching about family, loyalty, and standards, while he was sneaking around behind my mom's back. And now, with his life on the line, he had the nerve to act like I owed him something. I looked at Ethan, his eyes searching mine. "I need to see her," I said. "Linda. I need to know what he's been hiding." Ethan nodded, but his jaw was tight. "You sure you want to open that door?" he asked. I wasn't sure, but I couldn't stop now. I needed to know who my dad really was. Finding Linda wasn't hard. A quick search online turned up her LinkedIn. She was still at my dad's firm, now a senior paralegal. I sent her a message, keeping it vague but firm. "I'm Richard's daughter. I need to talk about him. Can we meet?" She replied within hours, suggesting a quiet bar downtown. When I walked in, I recognized her immediately, tall, blonde, with a smile that didn't reach her eyes. She looked nervous, her fingers tapping the edge of her glass. "Clara," she said, standing to shake my hand. "I didn't think I'd ever meet you." I sat down, my heart racing, and cut to the chase. "What's going on with you and my dad?" She took a deep breath, like she'd been waiting for this moment. "It started 10 years ago," she said. "An affair, I guess you'd call it. He said he was unhappy with your mom, that they were staying together for you." I believed him. She looked down, her voice softening. "It ended a few years ago, but we stayed in touch. When he got sick, he reached out again. Said he needed someone to talk to. I felt sick. Did he tell you he disowned me? I asked. She nodded, her eyes flickering with guilt. He said you betrayed him by marrying Ethan. That you threw away your future. But he also said he missed you. He just couldn't admit he was wrong. I sat back, trying to process it. My dad had painted me as the villain to his mistress, while he was the one lying to everyone. Why are you telling me this? I asked. Linda sighed. Because he's using you, she said. He called me last week, asking if I'd get tested as a donor. I said no, I'm not a match anyway. But then he mentioned you, how you're his best shot. He didn't sound sorry, Clara. He sounded calculated. Her words hit like a punch. I thanked her, my voice flat, and left the bar in a daze. The man I'd once idolized wasn't just flawed, he was manipulative, playing people like pieces on a chessboard. When I got home, Ethan was waiting with dinner, but I couldn't eat. I told him everything, my voice shaking with anger. He's been lying to Mom for years, I said. And now he's trying to guilt me into saving him, like I'm just an option. Ethan's eyes darkened, but he stayed calm. You don't have to do anything you don't want to, he said. But whatever you decide, I'm with you. I nodded, but my mind was spinning. I thought about my mom, trapped in a marriage built on lies. I thought about the little girl I used to be, desperate for my dad's approval. And I thought about the woman I was now, who'd built a life without him. I decided to confront him. No more half-truths, no more games. I drove to their house the next day, my heart pounding but my resolve firm. My mom opened the door, her face pale. Clara, what's wrong? She asked. I brushed past her, finding my dad in the living room, hooked up to his machine. We need to talk, I said, my voice steady. He raised an eyebrow, like I was interrupting his day. About what? He asked. I took a deep breath. About Linda. About your lies. About why you think you can ask for my kidney after everything you've done. His face went still, and for the first time, I saw something like fear in his eyes. My mom gasped, her hand flying to her mouth. The room felt like it was closing in, and I knew there was no going back. The air in the living room was thick, the hum of the dialysis machine the only sound as my words hung between us. My dad's face, usually so composed, flickered with something, shock, maybe, or guilt, but it hardened quickly, like a door slamming shut. My mom stood frozen, her hand still at her mouth, tears spilling over. Clara, she whispered, but I didn't look at her. My eyes were locked on my dad, waiting for him to say something, anything, that would make sense of the betrayal I'd just uncovered. He leaned back in his recliner, his fingers tightening on the armrests. You've been talking to Linda, he said, his voice low, almost accusing. It wasn't a question. I nodded, my chest tight. She told me everything. The affair. The lies. How you've been using everyone, including me. My mom let out a choked sob, and I finally glanced at her. Her face was crumpling, like she was seeing her life collapse in real time. Richard, she said, her voice barely audible, is it true? He didn't answer right away, just stared at me, his jaw working like he was chewing on his words. You don't understand, he said finally, looking at me, not her. You were so young, Clara. You didn't see how things were between your mom and me. Linda was a mistake, yes, but I ended it. I stayed for this family. I laughed, a sharp, bitter sound that made my mom flinch. You stayed? I said. You disowned me, Dad. You threw me out because I married Ethan, but you were the one cheating, lying to Mom, lying to everyone. And now you want my kidney like it's some kind of payment for raising me? He flinched, just barely, but it was there, a crack in his armor. I made mistakes, he said, his voice rising. But I'm dying, Clara. Doesn't that mean anything to you? My mom stepped forward, her hands trembling. Richard, stop, she said, her voice stronger now. You don't get to guilt her. Not after this. I looked at her, surprised. For years, she'd been his shadow, always smoothing things over, always excusing him. But now, her eyes were blazing, her tears replaced by something fiercer. "Clara's right," she said. "You've been lying to me for years. I knew about Linda, but I thought it was over. You let me believe that." My dad's face went pale, and for a moment, I thought he might break. But then he doubled down, his voice cold. "Ellen, don't make this about you. This is about my life. Clara's a match. She can save me." I felt like I'd been slapped. He wasn't sorry, not for the affair, not for disowning me, not for anything. I was just a means to an end, a box to check on his survival plan. I stood up, my hands shaking. "I'm not your donor," I said. "I came here hoping you changed, hoping you'd see me as your daughter, not a bargaining chip. But you haven't. You're still the same man who threw me away." My mom reached for me, but I stepped back. "I'm done," I said, my voice breaking. "I'm done trying to fix this." I walked out, my heart pounding so hard I thought it might burst. The drive home was a blur, my eyes burning with tears I refused to let fall. When I got to the house, Ethan was in the garage, sanding a table he'd been working on. He took one look at me and dropped everything, pulling me into his arms. I told him what happened, the words spilling out between gasps. He listened, his hands steady on my back, and when I was done, he said, "You did the right thing, Clara. You stood up for yourself." But I didn't feel strong. I felt raw, like I'd ripped open an old wound and found it still bleeding. The next few days were quiet, but the kind of quiet that feels like the calm before a storm. My mom called, leaving voicemails I didn't answer. "Clara, I'm so sorry," she said in one. "I'm leaving him. I can't do this anymore." I didn't call back, not yet. I needed time to sort through the mess in my head. I kept thinking about my dad's face, the way he'd looked at me like I was betraying him by saying no. I thought about my mom, finally seeing the truth but still caught in his web. And I thought about myself, what I'd lost, what I'd gained, what I still owed myself. I went back to therapy, needing to untangle the guilt and anger knotted inside me. My therapist asked me to write a letter to my dad, one I'd never send, just to get it all out. I filled pages with everything, my hurt, my love, my rage. I wrote about the little girl who'd worshipped him, the woman who'd learned to live without him, the daughter who still wanted to believe he could change. When I was done, I felt lighter, like I'd set down a weight I'd been carrying too long. I didn't know if I'd ever forgive him, but I knew I couldn't let his choices define me anymore. A week later, my mom showed up at our house. She looked different, smaller, but also stronger, like she'd finally stepped out of his shadow. She told me she'd moved out, rented a small apartment, and was filing for divorce. "I should have done it years ago," she said, her eyes meeting mine. "I'm so sorry I let him hurt you, Clara." For the first time in years, I hugged her, and we both cried. It wasn't forgiveness, not yet, but it was a start. As for my dad, I didn't hear from him again. Part of me wondered if he'd find another donor, if he'd live or die, but I couldn't carry that question anymore. I had my own life to live, a life with Ethan, with Scout, with a future we were building together. And for the first time, I felt free.
Story 5. My kids said I wasn't fun enough for the family cruise, so I sent them a postcard from the yacht I bought with their inheritance. I didn't cry when they left me behind. I sat on the porch with a mug of black coffee, lukewarm and bitter, the way I used to drink it during long shifts, and watched as my children and grandchildren loaded up their luggage into the airport shuttle. Sunlight bounced off their sunglasses and iPads, laughter spilling from their mouths like I wasn't sitting 10 feet away. Like I was invisible. My daughter, Elaine, turned to me as the door of the van slid shut. "You'll be fine here, Dad. You always say you love quiet weekends anyway, right?" She said it like she was doing me a favor. My youngest son, Martin, gave a half-hearted thumbs up, his face buried in his phone. "Don't forget to water the ferns," he said, as if I were the gardener. Not their father. Not the man who once held their feverish bodies through the night, who taught them how to ride bikes, who worked double shifts so they could have braces and class trips and Christmases that sparkled. They didn't even invite me on the cruise. Correction, they invited me, then uninvited me. A week before they were set to leave, Elaine called a family meeting in her living room, meaning her, Martin, my oldest son Caleb, and their respective spouses. I thought maybe they were going to surprise me with a ticket upgrade or something thoughtful. My mistake. Elaine sat on the edge of her couch like she was about to deliver a eulogy. Dad, we've been talking. And, well, we think this cruise might not be the best fit for you. I blinked. What do you mean? Martin scratched at his neck and wouldn't meet my eyes. Caleb jumped in, always the polished one. It's more of a party cruise, Dad. Late nights, open bars, DJs. We just thought you might not enjoy that kind of scene. You've never really been into fun. I felt my ears burn. Fun? What the hell does that mean? Elaine smiled like she was talking to a toddler. It's not about that, Dad. We just want you to be comfortable. You always say you prefer peace and quiet. The cruise is going to be a lot. Caleb's wife, Amanda, who's never worked a day in her life and considers herself a wellness entrepreneur, piped in with a breathy, maybe you could use this week to rest, reset, reconnect with nature. That's when I understood they didn't want me there. Not because I wouldn't enjoy it. Because they didn't want to deal with me. I was a buzzkill. A relic. Something that didn't fit in their curated Instagram shots and cocktail hours. They didn't see me as a person anymore. Just an old man who still wore the same flannel shirts from 10 years ago, who didn't know the difference between a TikTok and a story reel, who preferred books to podcasts. They didn't want me. And the worst part? They didn't even feel guilty about it. They left me behind like you leave behind an umbrella you don't feel like carrying. And still, I didn't cry. I didn't scream. I didn't beg them to reconsider. I nodded. Said I understood. Told them I hoped they had a great time. Then I went home and stood in the middle of my empty living room and realized I couldn't remember the last time any of them had come over without needing something. A babysitter. A short-term loan. A recommendation for a job. A signature. And I had always given it. Always. But I suppose it's true what people say, raise your kids right and you raise them to leave you. I spent that week alone. The silence in the house was different this time. Not peaceful, hollow. I kept expecting a text, a photo, something. But I didn't even get a voicemail. They didn't call. Not once. And somewhere between Tuesday and Wednesday, something inside me shifted. It wasn't rage. It wasn't sadness. It was clarity. I went upstairs, opened the dusty fireproof box I'd kept hidden under my bed since my wife passed, and pulled out the folder marked estate plan. They knew I had money. They just assumed they'd get it one day. After all, I was the dependable one. The frugal one. The boring one. I didn't spend, I saved. I didn't buy gadgets or fancy watches. But what they didn't know, what they never asked, was why I saved. I'd been planning to leave it to them. To split everything 3 ways. The house. The accounts. The land. Even the silver my mother gave me. Because that's what fathers do, right? Take care of their kids. Even when the kids forget to take care of them. But that night, as I listened to the ocean wind through the trees outside my window, I asked myself a different question. What would she have done? My wife. The only person who ever truly saw me. She would have laughed. Poured us 2 glasses of scotch. And said, take that money and do something crazy with it. So I did. I called my lawyer. Then I called a broker. Then I bought a damn yacht. Not a giant party boat or anything absurd. A beautiful, modest yacht. Sleek. Elegant. Enough to sleep 4 comfortably, though I planned to sleep alone. Just me, the open sea, and a stack of books. I named it the Echo, for all the times I sat in silence waiting for a call that never came. And a week after they returned, full of tans and souvenir shirts and inside jokes I wasn't a part of. I sent them each a postcard. Having the time of my life. Wish you were here. But I understand. You probably wouldn't think it's fun enough. When the postcards arrived, they didn't call. Not right away. I imagined them standing in their designer kitchens, holding the glossy cards in confused silence. My words scribbled in careful cursive on the back. A small, smug photo of the Echo against the turquoise waters of the Caribbean. I chose the picture deliberately. It showed the teak deck gleaming under the sun, a half-finished cocktail sweating on the railing, and the name painted proudly on the side, the Echo. For 3 full days, I didn't hear a word. Then Elaine cracked first. She showed up unannounced on a Thursday morning, knocking like she still had a key. I watched her through the window before opening the door, designer totes slung over one shoulder, her sunglasses perched on her head like a crown, lips pressed into a line. "Dad," she said, stepping inside without waiting for an invitation. "What the hell is going on?" I shrugged. "You got the postcard?" "Yes, I got the damn postcard." "Are you seriously telling me you bought a yacht? With our inheritance?" Her words hung in the air, bold and ugly. Our inheritance. I didn't respond right away. I walked into the kitchen, poured myself a cup of coffee, and offered her none. She followed. "I mean, what is this? Some kind of punishment because we didn't invite you on the cruise?" I leaned against the counter and looked her square in the face. "You did not invite me, Elaine. You uninvited me. That's different. You made a decision. You made it clear I didn't belong. That's not fair." "No," I cut in, keeping my voice low, steady. "What's not fair is being treated like a burden by your own children. What's not fair is working your entire life to provide for a family, only to realize they've written you off before you're even dead." She flushed. "We just thought you wouldn't enjoy it." "No," I said again, softer now. "You thought I'd ruin it. And you didn't want to be reminded that the man who raised you isn't a glossy character in your vacation slideshow." She opened her mouth to argue, then closed it again. I let the silence stretch. "I bought the yacht," I said finally, "because I realized I've spent too many years putting off living. I saved and sacrificed so you could have memories, but I forgot to make any for myself. That changes now." Her jaw tightened. "So what? You're just going to sail around and blow through everything?" "No," I said. "I'm going to enjoy what I earned. And before you say it, yes, I updated the will." That stopped her cold. She stared at me, the wheels in her head turning. I continued, slow and clear, like I was reading her a bedtime story. "I rewrote it last week. The house, the land, the savings, they're no longer divided 3 ways. A good chunk of it will go to charity. Another to a marine conservation fund. A portion will go to Sarah." She blinked. "Who the hell is Sarah?" "The waitress at the diner," I said calmly. "You remember, she calls me Mr. T and always asks about my knees. She's putting herself through nursing school while caring for her disabled brother. She listens. She cares." Elaine looked like she'd been slapped. "So you're giving our inheritance to some stranger?" "No," I said. "I'm giving it to someone who treats me like a human being." She let out a bitter laugh. "This is insane." "No," I said once more. "This is long overdue. For years I let myself believe that loyalty ran upstream, that if I was a good father, if I played by the rules, my kids would repay me in kindness. But somewhere along the line, they decided I was disposable. Not cruelly. Not violently. Just gradually. A missed phone call here. A forgotten birthday there. Then the cruise. That was the final curtain call." Elaine left in a huff, her heels clacking down the driveway like a judge banging a gavel. I watched her go and felt nothing. No ache. No regret. Just relief. Over the next few weeks, the others reached out. Martin sent a terse text, "Heard about the yacht." "Call me?" I didn't. Caleb emailed a long-winded message about feelings and misunderstandings and how family should stick together. He included a recent photo of his kids, smiling in their matching pajamas. The same kids I hadn't seen in over a year. I sent back a thumbs up emoji. And then, silence again. But this silence? This one felt different. Empowering. I spent my days preparing the Echo. Getting certified for solo navigation. Taking weekend lessons. Reading manuals. The marina folks welcomed me like an old friend, weathered faces, sun-stained skin, and eyes that understood what it meant to start over late in life. One of them, a woman named Irene, taught me how to anchor in shallow waters. She was 63, divorced twice, and had a laugh that made seagulls scatter. "You're not running away," she said one night over grilled fish on the dock. "You're just remembering who the hell you are." I liked that. Maybe that's why I started writing again. Not letters, not wills, not postcards. A journal. Just for me. Because for the first time in a long time, I didn't feel like I owed anyone an explanation. The first night I slept aboard the Echo, I didn't dream. There was no aching sense of being left out, no rewind of past arguments, no guilt. Just the sound of water gently lapping against the hull, the soft creak of the mast, and the strange comfort of solitude. I lay there with the hatch cracked open, breathing in the briny night air, feeling more at peace than I had in decades. I made coffee the next morning on a small stove, the kind that forces you to slow down. No microwave beeping, no phones buzzing. Just the hiss of the flame and the steady drip into my battered tin mug. I sipped it on deck, barefoot, watching the gulls fight over a dead fish near the pier. This was my life now. No schedules. No obligations. No pretending to be someone else to make my children feel comfortable. I kept to myself for the first few weeks. Took short trips along the coast, practiced docking and night sailing, visited quiet coves. I found that I liked the rhythm of it, like breathing in a language I hadn't spoken since boyhood. The sea didn't ask anything of me. It didn't need small talk or emotional labor. It just was. But you know what caught me off guard? Joy. Not just relief, not peace, asterisk actual joy, asterisk. I'd forgotten what it felt like to laugh without bitterness. To smile without waiting for the moment to pass. I found myself humming songs I hadn't heard in years. I'd watch the sun melt into the horizon and whisper thanks to the wind, just because I could. And still, the silence from my children lingered. No apologies. No attempts to understand. No requests to visit. Not that I expected it. But some small part of me, some fragile remnant of the man who once gave piggyback rides and tucked in stuffed animals, still waited. Then one morning, my phone rang. Not a text. Not an email. An actual call. It was Caleb. I let it go to voicemail. He tried again. Then Elaine. Then Martin. 5 missed calls in total, all within an hour. A 6th call came from Amanda, Caleb's wife. I didn't answer that either. By then, I was anchored off the coast of Key Largo, watching the sunrise shimmer through a salt-streaked window. I poured another cup of coffee, turned off the phone, and sat on deck with my journal in my lap. They could wait. Later that afternoon, I got the full story from Irene, who somehow knew everything before I did. "They're fighting," she said, barely containing her grin. "Your kids." I blinked. "About what?" She raised a brow. "About you, or, more specifically, about the inheritance they thought they'd be getting. Word got out that you changed the will." I stared at her. "How the hell did that get out?" Irene shrugged. "Lawyers talk. Spouses gossip. People listen when there's money involved." I didn't know whether to laugh or groan. Apparently, Martin had assumed he'd get the house. Caleb believed the land would go to him because he had plans to build a vacation home. Elaine had her eyes on the investment portfolio. None of them ever bothered to ask what I wanted. Now, with the will rewritten and most of their claims gutted, they were turning on each other. I didn't feel vindicated. I felt sad. Sad that it took losing something to make them notice I existed. That night, I turned the phone back on. Dozens of missed calls. Voicemails that started polite, then grew urgent, then turned accusatory. "You didn't even talk to us before you made that decision," Caleb said in one. "We're family, Dad. After everything I've done for you?" Elaine's voice cracked with rage. "This is how you repay us?" Martin's voicemail was the worst. "Are you trying to punish us? Is that what this is? Some weird guilt trip? Fine. Have fun with your little boat. But don't expect us to come crawling back when you're old and alone." I saved that one. Played it again. Let the words settle like silt at the bottom of a pond. I looked out over the water, moonlight glinting on the waves like broken glass. Then I deleted every message, one by one. Let them be angry. Let them stew in their entitlement. I wasn't punishing anyone. I was living my damn life. And I was just getting started. A few days later, I found myself docked near a small coastal town with a bookstore and a bakery that sold honeycomb croissants. I'd sit outside on a shaded bench with coffee and read novels I never had time for. No one knew my name. No one cared how much I had in the bank. They just said hello, smiled, and left me to my peace. One morning, I got a letter. Not an email. Not a text. An actual letter. It was from my granddaughter, Lily. Elaine's daughter. The one with braces and always ink-stained fingers from her sketchbook. She wrote, "Dear Grandpa, Mom's really mad at you. So is Uncle Caleb and Uncle Martin. I don't really get what's going on, but I saw the postcard you sent Mom, and I thought it was cool. I drew a picture of your boat. I hope you like it. I miss your stories. Love, Lily." Enclosed was a crayon drawing of a boat that looked vaguely like a banana with sails, floating next to a smiling stick figure labeled Grandpa, smiley face. I ran my finger over the paper and laughed for the first time in days. Maybe not all was lost. Maybe some things were just beginning. Lily's letter sat on the small dining table aboard the Echo for days. I folded it carefully, tucked it into a plastic sleeve, and pinned it to the corkboard above my bunk. Every morning, it greeted me like a lighthouse on the horizon, proof that not all bridges had burned. That someone in that family still remembered who I was beneath the labels they'd stuck on me. I wrote her back the next day. "Dear Lily, thank you for the beautiful picture. It made my whole week. You've always had a good eye for detail, and heart, too. I miss you, sweetheart. The sea is a bit rough sometimes, but it's peaceful. I think you'd like it out here. Maybe one day you'll come visit, if your parents let you. I'm reading a book about sea turtles. Did you know they can live to be over 100 years old? I'm not quite that old, yet. Take care of yourself and keep drawing. Love always. Grandpa." I mailed it from the post office in Marathon, Florida, careful to address it just to her, not to Elaine. I didn't expect a reply, not right away, but I hoped that small piece of me would make it through the storm brewing inside their house. Meanwhile, back on land, the fallout from my decision was getting louder. Irene gave me the updates like a sailor giving weather reports. Elaine's been calling the lawyer, trying to challenge the amendment to the will. Claims you're being influenced by strangers. By you? I smirked. God, I hope so, she said with a wink. I could use the drama. Apparently, Martin had tried to show up at my old house, only to find it locked and being prepped for sale. I quietly listed it with a small agency in town, no fanfare, no family gossip. The sign went up a week ago. The stager had even replaced all the old photos with neutral artwork. A stranger wouldn't know that a family used to live there. That 3 kids once screamed down the halls, and a wife once baked banana bread every Sunday afternoon. But I knew. And I was finally okay letting it go. Caleb, according to Irene's sources, and I'm convinced she has spies in every marina on the eastern seaboard, was in full meltdown mode. His vacation home plans were devastated, and Amanda had reportedly thrown a fit about losing out on generational wealth. Funny. No one had ever called it wealth when I was clocking in night shifts with an aching back and cold thermos soup. To them, it was just a given. To me, it was every sacrifice I'd made. I had the yacht surveyed for a long-term sale, and with the blessing of a clear forecast and a crew of crusty retirees cheering me on, I made the choice to sail south. I didn't tell anyone where I was going. That, in itself, was liberating. But just before I left the harbor, I got a call. Not from my kids. From Sarah, the waitress from the diner. The one who always brought extra whipped cream for my pie. I hope I'm not crossing a line, she said nervously, but I heard from Irene that you left the marina. I just wanted to say thank you. For what? You changed my life. I got the call from the bursar. The tuition's covered. Not just for this semester. For all of it. Nursing school. Every penny. I smiled. You earned it. All I did was notice. She got quiet. I wish I could have done more, I said after a moment. You already did, she whispered. You made me feel seen. That hit me harder than I expected. Because that's what I had craved all along. Not respect. Not obedience. Not even gratitude. Just to be seen. Not as a walking ATM. Not as the grumpy old man they kept at arm's length. Not as the background noise in their perfect lives. Just a man. A father. A person with flaws and love and stories they never bothered to ask about. I stayed quiet for a long beat before saying, if you ever want to sail, Sarah, the Echo always has room. I might take you up on that, she said, voice trembling. You'd be welcome. That night, as I drifted away from the lights of the marina and into open water, I thought about legacy. Not the kind that's printed in bank statements or engraved on plaques. But the kind that's whispered in letters, drawn in crayon, passed along in a shift worker's gratitude. The kind that endures. A few days into my journey, I dropped anchor near a small inlet that locals called Devil's Cove, though it was far more serene than sinister. The water was glassy. The stars came out like diamonds scattered across a black sheet. I was alone. But I didn't feel lonely. I took out Lily's drawing again. Smoothed it over my knee. Smiled. Then I turned the page in my journal and started to write. This time, not about them. About me. About who I was before I became dad. Before I became boring. Before I became someone they thought they could leave behind. I was writing my own story now. One wave at a time. A week later, I pulled into a quiet marina off the coast of Belize. The water was impossibly clear, the kind of blue that almost feels artificial until you realize it's real. There was no noise. No engines. No family drama clogging up the airwaves. Just a couple of pelicans diving for fish and the creak of boats swaying with the tide. I checked my messages out of habit, not hope. And there it was. Another letter from Lily. Dear Grandpa, I got your reply. I didn't think you'd write back so fast. I showed your postcard to my teacher. She said she's never seen water that blue in real life. I told her my grandpa lives on a boat now like a pirate, but a nice one. Mom saw the letter. She got mad. She said you're trying to turn me against her. I didn't believe her. I think she's just sad. Or scared. I don't know why grown-ups fight so much. Anyway, I started drawing sea turtles. And jellyfish. And a whale. Do you like whales? Love. Lily. P.S. If I draw you a map, will you come find me? I think it would be fun to run away sometimes. I sat in the cockpit of the Echo, her letter shaking slightly in my hand from the breeze, and I felt my throat tighten. That little girl was the only one in the whole damn family who hadn't tried to own me. She wasn't asking for my house. Or my money. Or my forgiveness. She just wanted me. So I wrote her again. Dear Lily, never stop drawing maps. They're the only way to find the important things in life. I do love whales. One time when I was young, I saw one breach the surface right next to my fishing boat. It was like watching the world break open for a second. I'm sorry your mom is upset. Sometimes, grown-ups forget how to say what they really feel. Sometimes they use anger instead of sadness. But I'm always here. I won't run away from you. And if you ever need a pirate ship to escape to, you know where to find me. Love always. Grandpa. I didn't mail it right away. I held on to it. I wanted to write more. I wanted to tell her about everything, about her grandma, who had the softest laugh and the meanest poker face, about the first time I held her mother in my arms and swore I'd never let her feel unwanted. About the way things fall apart, not because of earthquakes, but because of silence. But I kept it simple. She was 10. She didn't need all that yet. Later that day, Irene showed up at the marina, leaning against a stack of supplies she claimed she just happened to need from Belize. She threw me a lopsided grin and said, "You know, I'm starting to think you're actually serious about this whole solo sailor thing." I chuckled. "You doubted me? I thought maybe you were having a late life tantrum. And now? Now I think you're the happiest damn man I've seen in 20 years. We shared a bottle of rum that night. The good stuff, not the watery tourist junk. Sat on deck and watched the sun melt into the ocean like it had nowhere else to be. I envy you," she said after a while, her voice low and honest. "You got out." "Out of what?" "The cycle," she said. "Of giving and hoping someone sees you before you're gone." I nodded. I didn't get out. I just stopped waiting. The next day, I got a phone call. Not from my kids. From a number I didn't recognize. I let it go to voicemail. Then I listened. It was Amanda, Caleb's wife. Her voice was strained, like someone forcing calm through gritted teeth. "Hi, Mr. Taylor. This is Amanda. I know things have been tense lately. I just wanted to reach out and say that maybe it's time to talk. The kids miss you. Caleb misses you. And I think, deep down, you miss them too. Let's be honest, this yacht thing, it's fun, but it's not family, right?" She paused, as if waiting for me to agree, even through a recording. "We're willing to sit down. Talk things through. But this situation, it can't go on forever. You're not getting any younger. And they are your children." That last part was the dagger. The implication that I owed them reconciliation because of biology. That my job, even now, was to be the bridge. The fixer. The one who gives. She didn't say anything about Lily. Not a word. Just inheritance. Legacy. Obligation. I deleted the message. That night, I wrote something in my journal that I hadn't allowed myself to say out loud yet. Being someone's parent doesn't mean they get to use you forever. It means you love them, yes. But love without respect is a slow death. I hadn't died. I'd woken up. And I had no intention of going back to sleep. 2 weeks passed before I heard from any of them again. This time it wasn't a call or a letter, it was a knock. A real, physical knock on the hull of the Echo, just after sunrise. I opened the hatch, half asleep and still barefoot, expecting maybe Irene or one of the marina kids asking about the weather radio. But when I looked over the side, I saw a familiar figure standing nervously on the dock, her hands twisting the strap of her oversized purse. Elaine. She looked smaller than I remembered. Older, too. Her hair was pulled back into a tight bun, like she was trying to hold herself together with it. She didn't wave. Just stared up at me like I was a lighthouse she wasn't sure she had permission to approach. I called, she said. You didn't answer. I said nothing. I figured if I flew all the way here, you'd at least come to the dock. Still nothing. Then I sighed and dropped the rope ladder. She climbed aboard awkwardly, as if the boat itself might judge her. When she finally stepped onto the deck, she hesitated, her eyes taking in the open space, the clean deck, the sail lines coiled with precision. This is really something, she murmured. You actually did it. I did. I thought this was a stunt, she said. Some kind of midlife crisis with waves. I poured 2 cups of coffee and handed her one. She took it without thanks. We sat across from each other at the little teak table, the silence between us heavier than the sea air. I read the letter Lily got, she said finally. She left it on the kitchen table. I wasn't snooping. I didn't respond. She talks about you a lot, Elaine continued. More than I expected. That surprise you? I guess it does, she said, looking down into her cup. I didn't realize you two were so close. You didn't ask. That hit her like a slap. She bit her lip. Okay. I deserve that. The water gently knocked against the hull. Somewhere in the distance, a gull cried out. She misses you, Elaine said. And she doesn't understand what's going on. She understands better than you think. That silenced her. After a long pause, she said, I was angry when I found out about the will. But now I think I was just scared. Scared of what? Of losing you, she said quietly. Not just the money. You. The connection. Whatever was left. I sipped my coffee and watched her. That connection frayed a long time ago, Elaine. You just didn't notice until the thread snapped. Tears welled in her eyes, and for a second I saw the little girl I used to carry on my shoulders. The one who begged me to read Goodnight Moon 5 times in a row. The one who clutched my hand when her mom went into surgery. The one who swore, at 8 years old, that she'd never leave me. Why didn't you say something sooner? She whispered. Because I thought I didn't have to, I said. I thought being your father was enough. I'm sorry, she said. I know that doesn't fix anything. But I am. I nodded. That was the first honest thing she'd said in years. We sat there in the stillness of the morning, sipping lukewarm coffee, not as father and daughter, but as two broken people trying to find something that once felt effortless. After a while, she reached into her bag and pulled out a folded drawing. Lily's. A new one. It was another picture of the echo, this time with a giant sea turtle swimming beside it and fireworks exploding in the sky. At the top, in all caps, it said, Grandpa's boat is the funnest place ever. I felt a lump rise in my throat. She wanted me to give it to you, Elaine said softly. She doesn't care about the money. She just wants you to come back. I traced the lines of crayon. The sail was crooked. The fireworks were lopsided. But it was beautiful. She can visit, I said. Anytime. The invitation's open. Elaine nodded slowly. You'd really let her come? As long as you're not using her to fix this. She looked down again. Ashamed. I'm not. Good, I said. Because I'm not ready to come back. I understand. No, I said gently, you don't. But maybe one day you will. She left before noon. I didn't walk her to the dock. I didn't promise to call. But I kept the drawing. I pinned it right next to the first one. That night, I sailed out past the cove into deeper water. I wasn't running. I was moving forward. The stars came out early, bright and sharp, like they'd been waiting for me to look up. For the first time in a long while, I slept without dreaming of what I'd lost. Instead, I dreamed of sea turtles, little girls with crayons, and maps drawn by children who still believed that love meant showing up, even if no one told you how. Lily came to visit 2 weeks later. Elaine didn't come with her, just her husband dropped her off at the dock with a backpack, a bag of snacks, and the biggest smile I'd ever seen on a 9-year-old. She said I could stay for 2 whole nights. Lily beamed as she stepped aboard the Echo, hugging the mast like it was a long-lost friend. Is that okay, Grandpa? It's more than okay, I told her, ruffling her hair. She immediately pulled out her drawing notebook, eager to show me her latest sketches, dolphins, a narwhal with sparkles, and a picture of her standing at the helm of the Echo, wearing a captain's hat twice the size of her head. We sailed around the bay, watched the sunset together, made s'mores on the portable grill, and talked until she passed out in the cabin under a nest of blankets. The boat rocked gently, and I sat there for hours, listening to her breathe. It was the peace. Real peace. The kind that comes when you stop expecting the world to give you something and just let yourself receive what's already there. But peace has a way of being interrupted. I got the call the next morning. Elaine had checked herself into a hospital. Not for anything physical, mental health. She'd had what her husband described as a breakdown. Stress, unresolved trauma, maybe guilt. The doctor said she hadn't slept in days, hadn't eaten. When she tried to go into Lily's empty room and found the bed unmade and the walls covered in crayon boat drawings, she collapsed on the floor and sobbed until someone called 911. I didn't know what to do with that. Part of me thought, she's finally facing her own ghosts. Good. Another part of me, a quieter, older part, wondered if maybe, just maybe, something was shifting. Cracking. Not breaking, but changing. That afternoon, Lily and I sat on the deck, eating peanut butter sandwiches and watching a pair of pelicans dive bomb the water for fish. Mom said she's getting help, Lily said out of nowhere. She said it's like fixing your brain the way doctors fix a broken arm. I nodded. That's true. She asked me if I missed her. I said yes, but I also told her I like being here. Is that okay? Of course it is. Lily looked up at me with a very serious expression. You think she's gonna be okay? I don't know, I said truthfully. But I hope so. She chewed on that for a while, then leaned against me, resting her head on my arm. She told me she used to come sailing with you, Lily said. Before I was born. She said she used to think you were a pirate. I chuckled. She did. Were you? Maybe. But only the kind that gives treasure away instead of stealing it. Lily smiled. That night, she fell asleep in the hammock, cradled by the lull of the waves and the creak of the mast. And I wrote a letter. To Elaine. Dear Elaine, I don't know what tomorrow looks like for you. Or for us. But I do know this. I forgive you. Not because it's easy. Not because it erases the hurt. But because I don't want Lily to grow up thinking love comes with conditions, or that silence is safer than truth. You messed up. I did too. We both let the years pile up like dead leaves. And now here we are, separate people, separate paths, but maybe still tethered by something more than history. If you truly want to repair what was broken, I'm open to walking a few steps toward you. Not all the way. Not yet. But some. Bring your own map. I'll bring mine. We'll see where it goes. And no, this isn't about the money. It never was. It's about the girl sleeping in the hammock tonight, the one who still believes that people can be better if they try. Let's not prove her wrong. Dad. I never sent that letter. Not because I changed my mind, but because I didn't have to. Elaine wrote me one first. It arrived a week later. Handwritten. No email. No text. No signatures from lawyers. Just her words. I'm working on myself. For real this time. No more masks, no more pretending. I want Lily to have two homes where she feels safe. And maybe, someday, if you're willing, I'd like to visit the Echo. No pressure. Just a cup of coffee on deck. That was enough. That was everything. So now, I live on the Echo full-time. Lily visits often. Her drawings are all over the walls. Sometimes, her mother calls me just to check the tide, or ask how the engine's holding up, or tell me she's still going to therapy. She's trying. And that matters. As for the inheritance, I kept the house. Not for me, for Lily. It's in a trust now. She can decide what to do with it when she's old enough. Maybe she'll sell it. Maybe she'll turn it into an art school. Or maybe she'll keep it the way it is, with the swing still hanging from the maple tree and the faded lines where she used to trace her chalk boats across the driveway. But the Echo, that's mine. And one day, maybe, hers too. Until then, we sail. Together. In silence, in laughter, in healing. Because sometimes, the best revenge is in anger. It's building a life so full of meaning that the people who try to erase you have no choice but to remember. Story 6. I wasn't invited to Christmas this year, so I showed up at the bank and froze every account in my name.
I found out I wasn't invited to Christmas this year from a group text. Not even a phone call, just a careless message from my daughter-in-law sent to everyone else but me. My son forwarded it to me by accident, thinking I was still included. Asterisk Christmas Eve at our house, potluck style again. Let us know what you're bringing. Can't wait to see you all. Asterisk I stared at the screen for longer than I care to admit. My name wasn't mentioned. My dish wasn't requested. And more painfully, no one followed up to say, asterisk, hey dad, are you coming? Asterisk, or even ask if I was okay. The silence that followed spoke louder than any RSVP. I was supposed to be part of this family. I asterisk built asterisk this family. I was there through scraped knees, first dates, mortgage payments, and college tuitions. I was the one who sat silently at my wife's funeral 10 years ago while our children wept and leaned on me, expecting me to hold it all together. And I did. I held it all, quietly, with strength I didn't even know I had. But now I'm nothing but an afterthought, not even that. Just asterisk invisible asterisk. I sat alone in my small house, fireplace cold, tree undecorated, and every ornament still boxed from last year. I hadn't had the heart to unpack them. The idea of trimming the tree alone, without laughter, without my grandchildren handing me hooks or my son untangling the lights while complaining, made me feel hollow. But this year made it official. I wasn't wanted, not by the people I raised, not by the ones I gave everything to. It wasn't always like this. In fact, for many years after my wife passed, I was the center of the holiday traditions. Christmas moved to my house. I would bake her old cinnamon bread recipe with my granddaughter while my youngest, Emma, would sneak bits of raw dough when she thought I wasn't looking. My oldest, Jack, always brought the ham. He'd curse about how expensive it was while secretly enjoying being the provider. But over the last 3 years, things changed. Subtly at first, fewer visits, last-minute changes, conversations that started and ended in quick texts. Hey dad, can't make it this weekend. Sorry, work's been crazy. You know how the kids are during school season. And I understood, I really did. Until I realized I was the only one doing the understanding. The final shift came when Jack got married to Alicia. She was polite at first, always used the right words, Mr. Bennett, sir, thank you for dinner, but there was a coldness under her smile, a watchfulness, as though I were a guest in asterisk her asterisk space. The shift in power happened quietly. Suddenly, Jack consulted her on everything, whether we saw the kids, whether we could have dinner, whether they could stop by, and she always had a reason why they couldn't. I don't want to paint her as a monster. She's a mother too, a wife, maybe even doing her best. But what I know is this, ever since she came into our lives, I've watched my son pull away from me like a boat untethered. And this year, that rope snapped. I tried to convince myself it was a mistake, that maybe it was a misunderstanding. Maybe the invite had been lost in the shuffle of group texts or tech glitches. But 3 days passed, then 4. Then it was Christmas Eve and my phone was still silent. No one called. No one texted. No one said asterisk anything asterisk. I sat by the window with a mug of coffee I didn't drink, watching the snowfall collect on the empty porch steps. The house across the street was lit up like a Hallmark movie. Children laughing, someone playing piano, the glow of togetherness so thick it made my throat burn. I don't cry easily, but that night I did, not because I was alone. I'd had lonely nights before, but because it finally sank in, they didn't forget me. They asterisk chose asterisk not to invite me. It wasn't a mistake, it was a decision. And the moment I accepted that truth, something inside me hardened. I don't mean bitter, I mean asterisk clear asterisk. I wasn't going to beg for a seat at a table I paid for. I wasn't going to call and ask why I was left out like some unwanted charity case. And I sure as hell wasn't going to sit in silence while they toasted with wine I bought and unwrapped gifts I paid for. Because here's the thing no one seemed to remember. All their comfort, all their security, asterisk everything asterisk they rely on financially is tied to asterisk me asterisk. The family trust, the property, the college accounts. Even the backup savings Jack and Emma don't know I can still see when they pull from it. Every account had asterisk my asterisk name on it. And I had been quiet for too long. So I stood up, took a breath, and walked to my study. Opened the old file cabinet that hadn't been touched in years. It still smelled like printer ink and old cedar. I pulled out the binder marked asterisk estate, active asterisk, the one my lawyer said to only use if absolutely necessary. I flipped through the pages, each one a reminder of how much I had prepared for them. how much I had protected them, and how little that seemed to matter now. Then I picked up the phone, not to call my children, to call the bank. I've always believed that money should never be used as a weapon. That's what my father did to me, and it left a scar deeper than anything I could put into words. He used inheritance as a leash when he'd tug any time I tried to step outside the box he built for me. I swore I'd never become that kind of man. I built my life around giving freely, time, money, affection, guidance. But there's a difference between being generous and being a fool. The bank manager remembered me immediately, Mr. Taylor from the family trust account. I used to bring cookies during the holidays when my wife was alive. Small town banking. Faces didn't change much. I didn't even have to explain why I was calling. Just told him I needed to freeze a few accounts for personal reasons. "You sure about that, Mr. Taylor?" he asked gently. "It'll trigger some alerts, especially the joint ones." "I'm sure," I said, hearing my voice as steady and cold as I've ever known it to be. "Do it." He hesitated. "Just so I understand, are you referring to the education funds too, the ones under your grandchildren's names?" "Yes," I said, then paused. "Every account with my name on it, every single one." He didn't argue. By the end of the call, the accounts were locked. No withdrawals, no deposits, no automatic bill payments. Jack wouldn't be able to cover the balloon payment on his SUV. Emma's emergency tuition check would bounce, and the Christmas credit card charges Alicia racked up for their dream holiday would be declined before the turkey even made it to the table. Now, before you judge me, before you think I'm some bitter old man exacting petty revenge, you need to understand something. This wasn't about money. This was about finally speaking a language they understood. I'd spent years trying to communicate in love, support, presence, but they answered me with distance, silence, and entitlement. So this time I spoke in zeros. I didn't do it gleefully. I didn't do it to hurt them. I did it to wake them up. It didn't take long. Jack called the next morning, Christmas Day. Not with Merry Christmas, not with Sorry, Dad. His first words, "Why are the accounts frozen?" No hello, no warmth, just the sharp edge of panic and entitlement. Like I was the accountant, not the father who gave up weekends to coach his little league games in the rain. "I wasn't invited to Christmas," I said. Silence. "Dad, that's not—" "Look, Alicia thought you said you weren't coming this year, that you were staying home." I said nothing. Let the silence grow heavy. He tried again. "Come on, Dad, this is just a misunderstanding." "No," I said quietly. "It's the result of years of misunderstandings. Years of me pretending things were okay when they weren't. Of letting you drift away and excusing it as life getting busy. Of hearing secondhand about my grandchildren's milestones because you couldn't be bothered to call. You've been making choices, Jack. This is just the consequence of them." He scoffed. "So what? You're punishing the kids because we missed a holiday invite." I almost laughed, the sheer gall of it, as if I hadn't been erased from my own family's traditions and now had to explain why I finally noticed. "No, I'm not punishing anyone," I said. "I'm pausing things, so you all have time to think about what you value, about who matters, about what being a family means. You can't just freeze our accounts, Dad," he snapped, the mask slipping. "That's financial abuse. You're crossing a line." My jaw clenched. "And abandoning your father isn't." Click, he hung up. For the first time in years, I didn't feel broken after one of Jack's calls. I didn't pace the room, I didn't cry, I just stood there, steady, whole. Emma was next. Her voice was softer. She cried within the first minute. I could tell she wasn't calling to guilt trip me, she was scared. Her spring semester started in 2 weeks. She needed that tuition check. "Daddy, please," she whispered. "Don't do this. You've always been the one person I could count on. And I'd always been there, too much." "Sweetheart," I said, gentler than I felt, "you all left me out of Christmas. I found out from a text that wasn't even meant for me. Do you know what that feels like?" She didn't respond. I could hear her crying on the other end. "I'm not cutting you off," I continued. "I just need time, and maybe you do too. Time to remember that the money I gave came from love, not obligation." She promised to call back, promised to fix it, but days passed. I didn't hear from either of them. It was like someone had pressed pause on our entire family, and for once, I wasn't the one left waiting. The thing about silence is, once you get used to it, it becomes hard to let go. The days after Christmas were the quietest I've ever experienced. No calls, no kids knocking at the door, no sound of grandkids tearing open wrapping paper or asking for another slice of pie. The house didn't smell like cinnamon or pine, just cold coffee and old wood. But for once, I didn't feel pitied in that silence. I felt in control. Strange, isn't it? How taking something away, not out of cruelty but clarity, can give you back a sense of self. I didn't freeze those accounts to destroy anyone's life. I froze them because I needed everyone to stop taking me for granted. To stop assuming I'd always be there, quietly writing checks from the shadows while being shut out of the light. I thought maybe a week would be enough. But New Year's came and went and nothing changed. No apology, no reflection, just more silence until the second week of January. I was coming back from the grocery store, just a loaf of bread, soup, and apples, and found a white SUV parked in my driveway. Jack, arms crossed, eyes cold. Alicia in the passenger seat, sunglasses on like she didn't even want to look at the house. He didn't wait for me to say anything. "You made your point," he said flatly. "Did I?" I asked, setting my bag on the porch rail. Jack looked older than I remembered. Tired. That gray creeping into his beard wasn't there last year, but the arrogance in his voice, that was familiar. "Look, I get it, you're mad, we screwed up, but you can't just mess with our finances every time you're upset." I looked at him for a long time before speaking. "What do you think this is about, Jack, really?" He shifted. "You weren't invited to one Christmas, that's not the end of the world. It was never about asterisk, just asterisk Christmas." He rubbed his face. "Okay, then say what it asterisk was asterisk about." "You don't asterisk see asterisk me anymore," I said simply. "You and Emma treat me like a resource, a bank, a backup plan. I've watched my role in this family shrink every year. Fewer calls, fewer visits, and when I'm included, it's out of obligation, not love. You know how that feels." Jack didn't respond. Alicia rolled down the window. "We thought you asterisk wanted asterisk space." I nearly laughed. "That's the story you've been telling yourselves, huh? That I asterisk wanted asterisk to be left out." Jack sighed like this conversation was exhausting him. Like asterisk, I asterisk was the problem. "You made us feel like we owed you something," he muttered. "You do," I said, meeting his eyes. "Not money, not gifts. Asterisk respect asterisk, a place at the table I built, and you couldn't even give me that." He stepped forward, voice low. "You have no idea what kind of pressure we're under, the kids, the bills. Life isn't simple anymore." "I know it's not," I said. "That's why I asterisk gave asterisk you everything, and you couldn't even pick up the phone on Christmas." For a moment, Jack didn't speak, and I thought maybe I was getting through to him. But then he muttered, "This is why Alicia didn't want to invite you." That stung more than anything else, because there it was, the truth. Not a mistake, not a miscommunication. Asterisk, they didn't want me there. Asterisk, I nodded slowly. "Thanks for finally saying it." Jack flinched. "Dad, I didn't mean." "You did. And it's okay, you don't have to want me, but you don't get to want my money and treat me like I'm dead at the same time." His jaw tensed. "So this is it, you're cutting us off." "No," I said quietly. "I'm stepping back. I'm letting you all figure out how to move forward asterisk without asterisk the expectation that I'll always clean up the mess." Alicia leaned out of the window, sharp and defensive. "Do you know what this is doing to your grandchildren?" I turned to her calmly. "Do they know what it did to asterisk me asterisk, not hearing from them on Christmas?" She rolled the window back up. Jack turned to leave. "You're making a mistake." "I've made a lot of mistakes," I said, "but this isn't one of them." He drove off without another word. I stood there for a long time after he left. Just me, the wind, and the weight of what had finally been said. I didn't feel proud. I didn't feel vindicated. But I felt honest. For the first time in years. 2 weeks passed. No calls. No messages, not even a passive-aggressive email from Alicia, which I halfway expected. And strangely, I was okay with it. I spent my mornings drinking coffee slowly without checking my phone. I went for walks, cleaned the garage, finally fixed that loose cabinet door in the kitchen. I even pulled out the old photo albums, something I hadn't done since my wife died, and flipped through them with a kind of bittersweet reverence. There we were in faded codex. My wife's laugh frozen mid-cackle, Jack on my shoulders at the beach, Emma's crooked bangs from the haircut she insisted on giving herself at 6. Back then we were a unit, imperfect, chaotic, loud, but asterisk whole asterisk. And I realized something sitting there, alone in the living room with decades of our lives in my lap. I had given them everything, asterisk everything. Asterisk and I had asked for so little in return. Not money, not fame, just connection. A phone call here, a visit there, a place at the table, a little damn respect. I had poured myself dry for that family, and they didn't even notice I was empty until the well ran dry. The next person to call was Emma. I almost didn't answer, but I did. She sounded wrecked, like she hadn't slept in days. "Dad, I need to talk to you in person." There was a different tone in her voice this time. Not the panicked "daddy, save me" voice she'd used before. This one was soft, real, vulnerable. I agreed to meet her at the park, neutral ground. It was a chilly Saturday afternoon. The trees were bare, their spindly branches scratching at the sky like they were trying to hold it up. Emma was already there, sitting on our old bench by the pond, the same one where I used to bring her when she was little to feed the ducks. She stood when she saw me, eyes red and puffy. "Hey," she said. "Hey." We sat in silence for a while, watching the wind stir the water. Then she said it, quietly, hesitantly. "You were right. I didn't say anything. I don't know when it happened," she continued, "but somewhere along the way we stopped seeing you as a person. You became this safety net, an ATM, a ghost that paid the bills." Her voice cracked, "And we didn't realize how far we'd pushed you until you finally pushed back." I stared out at the water. "I wanted to believe it was all Alicia's doing," she said, "but that's not fair. We all played a part. I let the distance grow because it was easier than facing the guilt." I looked at her then, not as a daughter begging for a favor, but as a woman owning up to the pain she helped create. "I missed you this Christmas," she whispered. "The cinnamon bread didn't taste right without you. That nearly broke me." I cleared my throat. "I missed you too." She reached for my hand. "Can we fix this?" I didn't answer right away, because here's the thing, forgiveness isn't an on/off switch. It's not as easy as one tearful conversation at a park, but it was a start. "I don't want to be a bank, Emma," I said. "I want to be a father, a grandfather, a part of your lives." She nodded. "I know, and we want that too, we just forgot how to show it." I gave her hand a squeeze. She leaned her head on my shoulder just like she used to when she was a little girl, and for the first time in a long time I felt like maybe, there was a path back. Not the same path as before. That one was burned, but a new one with boundaries, with respect. With space for me to exist as more than just a wallet or a fallback plan. We sat there until the sun started to dip. Before she left, Emma turned to me and asked, "Do you think maybe you'd come over next Sunday for dinner, just you, no pressure?" I smiled. "I think I'd like that." When I got home, I opened the estate binder again, not to freeze anything this time, but to start rewriting it. On my terms. I didn't hear from Jack for another month. Not a call, not a text, just radio silence, and honestly, I had started to make peace with it. Emma and I were talking again, tentatively at first. Sunday dinners were becoming a ritual, just the two of us, no pressure. She even brought over my granddaughter Lily one evening. The poor girl looked confused when she saw me at the door like I was a ghost. "Grandpa," she whispered, Are we allowed to see you now?" That hit harder than anything Jack ever said. I knelt down and smiled. "You were never not allowed, sweetheart. You're always welcome here." She gave me the kind of hug that reminds you how small children feel like home. We made cookies that night, burned the first batch, laughed over the second, and I showed her where I kept the old photo albums. For the first time in years, I felt like a grandfather, not a forgotten relative from the old generation. Emma didn't ask about the accounts again. I think she understood that the money was never the issue. It was about presence, respect, and now, slowly, we were rebuilding. But Jack, still nothing. Until a letter came in the mail. Not an email, not a voicemail. Handwritten letter, his handwriting was messy, like he had too much to say and no time to say it neatly. Dad, I don't even know how to start this. I'm angry at you, at myself, at how things turned out. Alicia told me to let it go, that you made your decision, but I can't, because deep down I know we both did this. You were always the strong one, the one who held it all together. I thought that meant you didn't need anything from us. I got used to you being a constant. I never stopped to think what it must feel like to be left behind. I thought inviting you to Christmas wasn't a big deal, but I see now it was everything. It was a symbol of whether you still mattered to us. And we failed that test. I don't expect you to unfreeze the accounts. I don't even expect you to call me. I just want you to know I'm sorry. For the silence, for the distance, for taking you for granted. I miss my dad. Jack I read that letter twice, then a third time, and by the fourth reading I cried. Not because he said the right words or because I felt vindicated, but because it was the first time in years I felt like he actually saw me. Not the provider, not the background figure. Me. I didn't call right away. I needed to sit with it. But I started writing a letter back. I wanted to choose my words carefully. I didn't want to guilt him. I didn't want to sound like I was holding a grudge. I wanted him to know that yes, he hurt me, but I was still his father, and I still loved him, even when he made it hard to. Before I could send that letter, though, there was a knock at my door. It was Jack, no Alicia, just him. He looked smaller than I remembered, or maybe I just felt bigger now, after standing up for myself. "Hey, Dad," he said. "Hey." We stood awkwardly for a moment. "I wasn't sure if you'd answer the door," he said. I opened it wider. "Come in." He stepped inside slowly like he wasn't sure he was allowed. We sat in the living room, same couch where he used to watch Saturday morning cartoons, same creaky coffee table, same man, but now older, quieter, more uncertain. "I got your letter," I said. He nodded. "I meant it." "I know." Jack leaned forward, hands clasped. "I don't know how to fix this." "You start by being here," I said, "by showing up." He looked down at his hands. "I don't know how to be a good son anymore." "You don't have to be perfect," I said. "Just present that's all I ever wanted." He swallowed hard. "Do you think we can start over?" I looked at him, this grown man who had once been a colicky baby, a rebellious teenager, a lost adult, and I saw a flicker of the boy I raised, still there, just buried. "I think we can try." He nodded slowly, and for the first time in years I saw tears in his eyes. We didn't hug, not yet, but we sat together, and that was enough for now. Spring came early that year. The air turned warmer, softer. Birds returned to the trees in my yard, chirping like they owned the place. I started planting again, small stuff at first, tomatoes, rosemary, a few early tulips. It was a ritual I'd fallen out of after my wife passed. She was the real gardener. I mostly just dug the holes, but something about putting new life into the ground felt right. It felt like coming back to myself. Emma came by every other Sunday now, sometimes with Lily, sometimes not. We'd sit on the porch and talk, not about the past, we'd had that conversation, but about the now. She told me about her work, about her dating life, about how she started therapy finally. I didn't realize how much I'd buried until you cut us off, she admitted once, twisting her coffee mug in her hands. It was like I'd been walking around with cotton in my ears. I didn't even hear my own sadness. I reached over and gave her hand a gentle squeeze. I was doing the same. Healing wasn't a straight line. There were still moments when I'd catch myself wondering if I'd gone too far, if freezing the accounts was too harsh, if I'd ruined everything. But then I'd remember that cold Christmas morning, sitting alone in my quiet house, watching the snow fall while my family celebrated without me. And no one noticed I was missing. No, I hadn't overreacted, I had finally acted. Jack took longer, but he showed up eventually, not with a grand gesture, not with some over-the-top apology. He came on a Tuesday evening after work, wearing jeans still dusted from a job site. "I brought beer," he said, holding up a six-pack of the brand he knew I liked. We sat on the back steps, didn't talk much, just drank, watched the light fade. After his second beer, he finally said, "I rewrote our wills." I raised an eyebrow. "Me and Alicia took your lead, added a clause about presents, about earned inheritance. It felt right." "Good," I said. He took a breath. "Alicia's not happy, still thinks you manipulated us." "And what do you think?" He thought about it. "I think you taught me something I should have learned a long time ago, that money without love is just paper, and love without effort is just noise." I nodded. "It's not about the money, it never was." He looked over at me. "I know that now." There were still things between us, years of resentment, misunderstanding, and silence that couldn't be washed away in one spring evening. But something had shifted. The weight between us had been acknowledged and shared. Later that week, I got a letter in the mail from Lily, scrawled in glitter pen in her careful 8-year-old handwriting. "Dear Grandpa, I love you. Please come to my school play. I'm a tree. You don't have to bring cinnamon bread, but if you do, I'll eat it all. Mommy says you used to bake it with her. That's cool. You're cool. Love. Lily I smiled so hard it hurt. I baked 2 loaves the next day. One for Lily, one for Emma, and I circled the play on my calendar in red ink. I hadn't used that calendar in years, but it was time to show up. Time to be part of the world again, not as a forgotten old man, but as a father, a grandfather, a person. I did eventually unfreeze the accounts, not all at once, not without a conversation, but I reinstated what mattered with new rules, new boundaries, and a new understanding of who I was. Not a silent support beam to be leaned on endlessly, but a man with asterisk worth asterisk, with asterisk limits asterisk, with asterisk value asterisk beyond the checkbook. And wouldn't you know it, they respected me more for it. Maybe the greatest gift you can give your children isn't money. It's the truth, even when it hurts, especially when it does.
Story 7. I paid for my son's wedding, then he uninvited me last minute. So I told the bride the truth about him.
The voicemail played for the third time, my son's voice cold and clipped like he was reading from a script. Asterisk mom. Look, we've talked it over and it's just better if you don't come to the wedding. It's nothing personal, but yeah, thanks for everything. Asterisk I sat there gripping my phone so hard my knuckles turned white. Asterisk nothing personal. Asterisk after I'd emptied my savings, $35,000, to pay for his dream venue, the catering, even the goddamn honeymoon suite. After I'd spent months helping his fiancée, Emily, pick out her dress, plan the seating chart, soothe her nerves when she panicked about the guest list. Asterisk nothing personal. Asterisk my hands shook as I scrolled through my bank app, staring at the drained accounts. I'd taken out a second mortgage for this wedding. And now, 4 days before the ceremony, my only child was disinviting me. Asterisk uninviting asterisk me, like I was some distant relative who'd caused drama. But the worst part, he didn't even have the decency to say it to my face. Just a 22-second voicemail left at 11 p.m. when he knew I'd be asleep. I should have seen it coming. The signs were all there looking back. The way Drew had slowly pulled away over the last year, canceling our weekly dinners, brushing off my calls with a hurried asterisk I'll text you later. Asterisk the way Emily's warm, chatty texts had turned polite and distant. I chalked it up to wedding stress, but now I knew. I dialed Drew's number, my throat tight. It went straight to voicemail. Asterisk you've reached Drew, leave a message. Asterisk I hung up. Then I did something I never thought I'd do. I called Emily. She answered on the second ring, her voice bright. Asterisk hey Linda, what's up? Asterisk she sounded happy, oblivious, like she had no idea her future husband had just cut his own mother out of their wedding. I took a breath. Asterisk Emily, sweetheart, has Drew talked to you about any changes to the guest list? Asterisk a pause. Asterisk no, why? Asterisk my stomach dropped, she didn't know. And that's when I realized this wasn't a asterisk we asterisk decision. This was all Drew. I remember the day Drew brought Emily home for the first time. She was nervous, clutching a too expensive bottle of wine, her laugh too loud at my dumb jokes. But she was asterisk good asterisk for him. Grounded him. Before her, Drew had a habit of rewriting history. Like the time he told his college friends I'd asterisk kicked him out, asterisk at 18, when the truth was I'd begged him to stay after his father left. Or when he claimed I'd never supported his art, even though I'd paid for every class, every supply, even turned our garage into a studio. Emily didn't know any of that. She only knew the version of me Drew had painted, the overbearing, guilt-tripping single mom. And now he was erasing me completely. But here's the thing about being a mother, you know your child's tells. The way Drew's voice got higher when he lied, the way he'd start sentences with asterisk look, asterisk when he was about to do something cruel, and I knew with icy clarity what was happening. He was cutting me out before the wedding so he could cut me out asterisk forever asterisk. The coffee in front of me had gone cold. Emily was silent on the other end of the line, waiting for me to explain. I could have hung up, could have let Drew spin his story, let him paint me as the unstable mom who asterisk couldn't handle asterisk his big day. But 27 years of love, of sacrifice, of asterisk silence asterisk, it all boiled over. Asterisk Emily, asterisk I said quietly, asterisk Drew just uninvited me from the wedding, and I think you should know why. Asterisk she sucked in a sharp breath. Asterisk what? No, that's Linda, that can't be right. He wouldn't. Asterisk check your phone. Asterisk I interrupted. Asterisk I bet he hasn't told you, just like he hasn't told you about the credit cards. Asterisk a beat of silence. Then hesitant, asterisk what credit cards? Asterisk I closed my eyes. Drew's secret was mine too when I'd kept for his sake. But now the truth was the only thing left. Asterisk the ones he opened in your name, Emily, 6 months ago. Asterisk her gasp was barely audible. And just like that, the first domino fell. Emily's voice was barely a whisper. Asterisk Linda, what are you talking about? Asterisk I could hear the disbelief, the asterisk need asterisk for me to be wrong. And part of me wanted to stop right there to spare her the hurt. But the other part, the part that had been lied to for years, couldn't stay silent anymore. Asterisk, last December. Asterisk I said slowly. Asterisk Drew came to me in a panic. He'd maxed out 3 credit cards in your name over $18,000. He swore it was just temporary, that he'd pay it back before you noticed. Asterisk a sharp inhale. Asterisk no, he wouldn't. Asterisk he showed me the statements, Emily. Your name, your social security number. He said he needed the money for, asterisk my throat tightened. Asterisk for the wedding, the one I was already paying for. Asterisk silence, then a shaky, broken sound, like she'd just been punched in the gut. I kept going, my voice steady even though my hands were trembling. Asterisk I gave him the money to pay it off, made him swear he'd close the accounts. But last month I checked your credit report, just to be sure. The cards were still open, and he charged another $4,000. Asterisk Emily made a noise like she was going to be sick. I'd never forget the look on Drew's face when I confronted him about it. Asterisk you asterisk checked asterisk her credit. Asterisk he'd hissed like asterisk I asterisk was the one who crossed a line. Asterisk mom, that's insane. Asterisk what's insane is you stealing from the woman you claim to love. Asterisk I'd shot back. He'd scoffed, rolling his eyes like I was overreacting. Asterisk it's not stealing if I'm gonna pay it back. Emily doesn't even asterisk use asterisk credit, she'll never know. Asterisk that's when it hit me. Drew didn't think he'd done anything wrong. Not really. In his mind he was just borrowing. Like he'd borrowed from me his whole life, my money, my patience, my silence. And now he was cutting me out because I'd dared to hold him accountable. On the phone, Emily was crying, quiet, gasping sobs. Why? Why wouldn't you tell me? The question stung, because she was right. I should have told her the second I found out. I thought I could fix it. I admitted, my voice breaking. I thought if I just handled it he'd stop, that he'd change. A bitter laugh escaped me. How many times had I told myself that over the years? He's young. He'll grow out of it. He just needs one more chance. But Drew wasn't a kid anymore. He was a 29-year-old man who'd rather betray the woman he loved than face his own mistakes. And I'd enabled him. Emily. I said softly. I'm so sorry. But you needed to know before you married him. She didn't answer for a long time. When she finally spoke, her voice was hollow. He told me you were jealous, that you couldn't stand seeing him happy with someone else. My stomach twisted. Of course he had. Drew had always been a master at flipping the script, at making his actions someone else's fault. I love you both. I whisper. But love doesn't mean looking the other way. Another silence. Then so quiet I almost missed it. I have to go. The line went dead. I sat there for hours staring at my phone, waiting for it to ring. Waiting for Drew to scream at me, for Emily to demand proof, for something to happen. But my phone stayed silent until 3 a.m. A text notification lit up the screen, not from Drew, from Emily. The wedding's off. 3 words. That's all it took to shatter everything. I should have felt relieved, vindicated even, but all I felt was grief. Because no matter what Drew had done, he was still my son, and I'd just destroyed his life. The next 24 hours passed in a blur of missed calls, furious voicemails, and a single chilling text from Drew. You ruined everything. I hope you're happy. I wasn't. I sat in my empty house, staring at the wedding program mock-up still pinned to my fridge, the one Emily and I had designed together. Drew and Emily. June 15th. Forever starts here. Now, June 15th was just another day. Phone buzzed again. This time it was Emily's mother, Sharon. Linda, we need to talk. My stomach dropped. Sharon had never liked me, thought I was too soft on Drew, that I'd raised a spoiled son. Now I could only imagine what Emily had told her. We met at a diner halfway between our towns. Sharon looked exhausted, her usually perfect hair pulled into a messy bun, her nails, freshly manicured for the wedding, chipped and ragged. She didn't bother with her. Emily's devastated. She said flatly. She spent all night crying. Do you have any idea what you've done? I flinched. Asterisk, I told her the truth. Asterisk, asterisk, you asterisk torpedoed asterisk her future. Asterisk, Sharon hissed, leaning across the table. Asterisk, do you really think this was about asterisk credit cards asterisk? Drew loves her. He made a mistake. One you asterisk paid off asterisk. Why drag it back up now? Asterisk, I stared at her. Asterisk, because he was still doing it, Sharon. He never stopped. Asterisk, she waved a hand dismissively. Asterisk, money comes and goes, but love, that's rare, and you just convinced my daughter to throw it away over asterisk money asterisk. Asterisk, that's when it hit me. Sharon asterisk knew asterisk. Maybe not the details, but she'd suspected. And she didn't care. To her, love meant looking the other way, just like I had. I left the diner shaking, my mind racing. Was I wrong? Had I overreacted? Then my phone buzzed. A notification from my credit monitoring app, the one I'd set up after Drew's first betrayal. Asterisk asterisk new account opened in your name, $12, 500 limit. Asterisk asterisk my blood ran cold. Drew hadn't just stolen from Emily. He'd stolen from asterisk me asterisk, and he'd done it asterisk yesterday asterisk hours asterisk after uninviting me from the wedding. This wasn't a mistake, it was a pattern. I drove straight to Drew's apartment, my hands white-knuckled on the wheel. I didn't knock, just used my spare key, the one he'd forgotten to ask for back, and walked in. The place was a mess, empty takeout containers, crumpled wedding invitations, and on the coffee table, a half-packed suitcase. Drew stumbled out of the bedroom, bleary-eyed. Asterisk, Mom, what the hell? Asterisk, asterisk, you opened a credit card in my name. Asterisk, I said, my voice eerily calm. He froze. Then his face twisted into something ugly. Asterisk, oh, asterisk, now asterisk, you care. After you asterisk destroyed asterisk my life. Asterisk, asterisk, I didn't destroy anything, Drew. Asterisk, you asterisk did. Asterisk, he laughed, a harsh, mocking sound. Asterisk, right. Because asterisk, I'm asterisk the one who ran to Emily like some jealous teenager. Asterisk, I'm asterisk the one who couldn't just let me be happy. Asterisk, I shook my head, tears burning my eyes. Asterisk, this isn't about happiness. It's about asterisk who you are asterisk, and I can't pretend anymore. Asterisk, for a second he looked stunned. Then his expression hardened. Asterisk, get out. Asterisk, I didn't move. Asterisk, close the account. Drew, pay it back or I'm filing a police report. Asterisk, his face went pale. Asterisk, you wouldn't. Asterisk, asterisk, try me. Asterisk, we stood there, staring at each other, two strangers who used to be family. Then Drew smiled. Asterisk, too late. Asterisk, he said softly. Asterisk, I already transferred the balance to Emily's card. Asterisk, the world tilted. Asterisk, what? Asterisk, asterisk, you wanted her to know the truth. Asterisk, Drew shrugged. Asterisk, now she asterisk really asterisk knows. Asterisk, he pulled out his phone, showed me the confirmation email. $12, 500 asterisk my asterisk debt, now in asterisk Emily's asterisk name. My legs gave out. I grabbed the counter to steady myself. Asterisk, you're asterisk framing her asterisk. Asterisk, asterisk, I'm asterisk surviving asterisk. Asterisk, he snapped. Asterisk, and if you asterisk ever asterisk loved me, you'll walk away right now. Asterisk, I looked into my son's eyes. The same eyes I'd kissed goodnight for 18 years and saw nothing I recognized. So I did the only thing left to do. I called Emily. And this time I didn't just talk. I asterisk fought back asterisk. Emily answered on the first ring, her voice raw from crying. Asterisk, Linda, I can't do this right now. Asterisk, asterisk, Drew just opened a credit card in my name. Asterisk, I interrupted, my voice shaking. Asterisk, and he transferred the debt to asterisk your asterisk account. Asterisk, dead silence. Then a sharp, shuddering breath. Asterisk, what? Asterisk, I could hear Drew behind me hissing through clenched teeth. Asterisk, hang up. Asterisk, now asterisk. Asterisk, I ignored him. Asterisk, check your email, Emily, right now. Asterisk, keys clattered in the background as she pulled up her account. Then a choked sob. Asterisk, oh my God. Asterisk, Drew lunged for my phone, but I stepped back, gripping it tighter. Asterisk, he's been lying to both of us. Asterisk, I said, my voice breaking. Asterisk, and I'm done letting him get away with it. Asterisk, Drew's face twisted in fury. Asterisk, you asterisk bitch asterisk. Asterisk, he spat. Asterisk, you're asterisk dead asterisk to me. Asterisk, the line went silent. Emily had hung up, and in that moment I realized I wasn't just losing my son. I was asterisk setting him free asterisk. I don't remember leaving Drew's apartment. The next thing I knew, I was sitting in my car staring at my reflection in the rearview mirror, a woman I barely recognized. My phone buzzed. A text from Emily, ***, I'm pressing charges. ***, 3 words. 3 impossible words, because this wasn't just about credit cards anymore. This was fraud. This was criminal, and I had a choice to make. I drove straight to the police station. The officer at the desk took one look at my face and stood up. **Ma'am, are you okay? **I wasn't. But for the first time in years, I wasn't lying to myself either. **I need to report identity theft. **I said, my voice steadier than I felt. **My son stole from me and from his fiancée. The officer's expression shifted pity, then professionalism. Do you have proof? I handed over my phone, the credit alert still on the screen. And there's more. For the next hour, I told them everything. The credit cards, the lies, the way Drew had looked at me when he realized I wouldn't cover for him anymore. When I finished, the detective leaned forward. Ma'am, are you sure you want to do this? I didn't hesitate. Yes. Because love shouldn't mean silence, and justice. It wasn't just for strangers. The arrest happened fast. Drew called me 6 times while the police were on their way to his apartment. I let it go to voicemail every time. His final message was barely coherent, a screaming, sobbing rant. How could you do this to me? I'm your son. You're supposed to protect me. I listened to it once, then I deleted it. The fallout was brutal. Drew was charged with 2 counts of identity theft and fraud. Emily filed for a restraining order. Sharon left me a voicemail so venomous I had to block her number. And me? I sat alone in the house I'd nearly lost, paying for a wedding that would never happen, staring at the family photos on the wall. Drew as a gap-toothed 2nd grader. Drew in his high school cap and gown. Drew and Emily beaming at their engagement party. All those moments, all those lies. I took the pictures down one by one, my hand steady for the first time in years, because some stories don't have happy endings. Some stories just end. 3 months later, Drew pled guilty. The judge gave him probation, mandatory financial counseling, and a restitution order, $22,500 to be paid back to Emily and me. He didn't look at me once during the hearing. Afterward, I waited outside the courtroom, hoping for something. An apology, a glare, anything. But Drew walked right past me, his new girlfriend, a bewildered-looking woman I'd never met, trailing behind him. Then just before he turned the corner, he stopped. You won, he said, his voice hollow. Happy now. I thought about the baby boy I'd rocked to sleep, the teenager I'd driven to every art class, the man who'd looked me in the eye and called me a bitch. No, I said softly. But I'm free. He flinched like I'd slapped him, then he was gone. Emily reached out a week later. We met for coffee, both of us quieter, older than we'd been just months before. I'm moving, she said, stirring her latte absently. Chicago, fresh start. I nodded. That's good. She hesitated. Linda, I'm sorry for everything. You have nothing to apologize for. I said firmly. She gave me a sad smile. Neither do you. We hugged goodbye tight, like we might never see each other again. We probably won't. Last week I got a check in the mail. $500, Drew's first restitution payment. I stared at it for a long time. Then I endorsed it over to a local women's shelter. Because some debts aren't meant to be paid. The house is quieter now. No wedding plans, no frantic calls, no lies to keep track of, just me. And the truth, it's not the ending I wanted, but it's the one we earned.